login.
Okay, okay,
Let their office login and keep it.
okay. I'm doing that, John.
Yeah, and
Hello, so can you hear me? Hello.
Shine, yeah.
Yeah. Shalini ma'am would be joining by 9:50, 55 actually.
No problem. Request their office to log in and keep it ready.
By 9:45 will.
Let their office do a test before she joins.
Sure.
Yeah. Saji, YouTube, what time we are starting?
The 9:50, John.
Streaming is going to start at 9:50.
Live stream.
No, don't, Saji. I think we should postpone it slightly bit. We should only start at 10 o'clock once the inaugural starts.
Okay, I'll inform them.
Just before the inaugural starts. So let it start at 9:55 only.
I'll inform them.
Yeah, 10 o'clock to be precise. 10 o'clock to be precise.
Okay.
Hello.
John, am I audible?
Yes, Chairman. Your audio and video is perfect. So we have all the speakers of their offices have logged in, Chairman. So except Dr. Alangovan, everybody's office has joined.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll come in.
Yeah, you can keep it on mute and then come in at around 10 o'clock.
Yes. We'll start exactly at 10 o'clock.
And 10 we will start, Chairman. Morning. I can see office of Mr. Shadli Warrior. Could you check your audio, please?
Sir, is this audio and video perfect clear?
Yeah, it is perfect. It is perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Ma'am, good morning.
Morning, John. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Thanks, ma'am. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Can you see and hear me clearly?
Yes, perfect, ma'am.
Okay, great.
We have all other speakers office have joined in. I can see Mr. Sudhir Garg also. Good morning, sir.
Morning, Mr. Garg. Good morning, sir.
Morning to everybody. It's a pleasure
Morning.
to see all of you on this wonderful morning.
Morning.
So, Mr. Muthoot hasn't come in as yet, I think, right?
No, I'm there. I'm there, madam.
Good morning, sir. How are
Good
you?
morning. Good.
Morning, Mr. Masood. How are you doing?
Good. Good morning, sir.
Morning. Pleasure to see you.
Thank you for making available this morning on a Monday morning. Thank you very much for
My
being
pleasure.
available.
So, Chairman, we have 5 more minutes to go. So, we will start precisely at 10 o'clock.
Yep.
So far we have 568 participants who have joined in.
Wow, that's a nice number, a fairly large number, right, John?
Yeah.
That's large number, ma'am.
Yeah.
Morning, all the panelists. Chairman, I think we have all the speakers who have joined, except Dr. Alangovan. Dr. Alangovan has informed us that he'll be joining a bit late by around 10:10. But we can start off the proceedings, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I would request all to mute unless you are a speaker. Thank you very much, and let us start the proceedings for the day. Good morning to all of you. At the outset, I take this opportunity to welcome you all for the CII MSME Finance Facilitation Drive. I am also honored and privileged to welcome Mr. C.S. Sethi, Managing Director, State Bank of India, Dr. K. Elankovan IAS, who is yet to join, Principal Secretary, Department of Industries and Commerce, Government of Kerala, Mr. Sudhir Garg, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Government of India, Ms. Shalini Warrior, Co-Convener, CII Kerala BFSI Panel and Executive Director and Chief Operating Officer, the Federal Bank Limited. Last but not the least, a warm welcome to all industry representatives, sponsors of the event, the delegates, past chairmen and members of the CII Kerala State Council. I would also take this opportunity to welcome the press and the media representatives. It is indeed an honor and a pleasure to be here with all respected dignitaries and esteemed members of the finance and banking sector. In the wake of COVID-19 outbreak, the entire mankind across the globe is suffering. This virus is mounting a very serious threat to the global economy as well. The MSME sector has been one of the most adversely affected sectors due to the ongoing coronavirus crisis. The sector is facing a number of problems, including severe disruptions in cash flows, lack of sufficient working capital for wage and bill payments, inventory management and delayed payments are many of the problems faced by the MSMEs. According to a recent survey by the Economic Times, nearly 50% of micro, small, and medium enterprises have witnessed a 20 to 50% impact on their earnings due to the disruptions caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. According to the Confederation of All India Traders, which represents 70 million traders in India and majority of them are MSME, the trade impact of India is estimated to be around 2.2 lakh crores, which translates to 30 billion US dollars. MSME forms the backbone of the Indian economy and is one of the most crucial segments that let the economy grow by leaps and bounds. With around 63.4 million units spread across the country, MSMEs contribute around 6.11% of the GDP and 24.63% of the services. They contribute around 40% of the overall exports from India. The MSME sector is far the largest provider of employment following agriculture, employing over 120 million people with 51.2% in the rural areas. The sector, which provides employment to over 114 million people and contributes to more than 30% of the GDP, is going through one of the toughest phases that action need to be taken immediately. Given the fact that the sector comprises as much as 30% of the country's entire GDP, the stimulus packages announced by the Honorable Finance Minister, Mrs. Nirmala Sitharamanji, began with a focus on this sector. The first big announcement was the 3 lakh crores worth of credit would be provided to MSMEs without any collateral. The second step of providing 20,000 crores as subordinate debt for those in dire needs is indeed a welcome for stressed units. The launch of the special liquidity scheme for NBFCs and the revision of the definition of various categories of small business will definitely give a boost to this sector. The 30,000 crore scheme allowed to banks to invest in investment grade debt papers should help revive NBFCs, and this in turn should help small businesses that rely for credit for this sector. In an effort to support MSMEs in these testing times, Confederation of Indian Industry, Kerala, is organizing the MSME Finance Facilitation Drive, focusing on financing options for MSMEs in the new normal. This is a one-week virtual exhibition and conference from 19th October 2020 to 24th October 2020. The prime objective of this conference is to provide a platform where key stakeholders of the financial ecosystem would share their views on the current crisis, along with their offerings and advice for MSMEs to overcome this exceptional situation. The conference will highlight the financial schemes and the revival strategies for MSMEs in the new normal and expected changes in the business operation. The conference will focus on the financing options and instruments available for MSMEs. It will also focus on services offered by banks and NBFCs. Also, the initiatives of the Ministry of MSMEs and the regulatory guidelines from RBI. Along with the conference, we are conducting a virtual exhibition with an aim to connect MSMEs with the financial institutions, banks and NBFCs, and facilitate B2B meetings through which MSMEs will be able to gain knowledge on financial schemes, products, and offerings of banks and NBFCs, and get insights into unique and innovative business solutions. We are expecting more than 1,000 MSMEs to participate in this program and have B2B meetings with the financial institutions. CII will be partnering with more than 100 industry sector-based and location-based MSME associations to encourage their members to visit the conference and the exhibition. I would like to mention few of the associations supporting this event. They are CII Kerala, Confederation of Kerala Tourism Industry, Kasaragod Chamber of Commerce, Malabar Chamber of Commerce, Event Management Association Kerala, and Indian Association of Tour Operators. Also, Kerala Plastic Manufacturer Association and Kerala Small Scale Industry Association. The members of these associations will be attending the conference and exhibition in addition to the CII members. In addition, we are also in touch with other industry sector-based and location-based associations to partner with us and encourage their members to visit the exhibition and conference. The delegate profile includes key decision makers, top management officials, MDs, CEOs of banks, NBFCs, and MSME organizations. This is indeed an opportunity to enhance their mutual visibility, and a vast spectrum of MSME companies based in Kerala and southern region are expected to participate. I'm confident that the CII MSME Finance Conference will serve as a platform for MSME companies to understand the various offerings and schemes of banks, NBFCs, and other financial institutions. I take this opportunity to congratulate BFSI panel members of CII Kerala for organizing this event. With these words, I am delighted to call upon Mr. C.S. Sethi, Managing Director, State Bank of India, to address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, good morning, everyone on the panel. First of all, CII Kerala for giving this opportunity to me. It's a wonderful initiative in the sense that I think CII across the country has been doing a lot of investment with MSMEs during this extremely challenging times. In fact, we are proud to say that many of these events, State Bank of India has been part and parcel of the CII initiatives to engage with MSMEs. I think as Mr. Muthoot had mentioned, this is a once in a century kind of crisis we are facing. And in the overall economic impact, the most vulnerable has been our MSME sector. While we all know the importance of the MSMEs which play in the larger economy by way of employment generation, contributing to the exports, I think that has been realized by the government also. If you see, out of 15 Atmanirbhar initiatives, 7 of them actually pertain to MSME, right? And most of the credit linked initiatives of the government under the package are aimed at restarting and reviving the MSMEs. But I'll just take a step backward and say that while the COVID has largely impacted the MSMEs now, but even pre-COVID, there have been several issues plaguing the MSMEs. While we know that the importance of MSMEs to the economy, the MSMEs per se had issues on credit availability, infrastructure, information asymmetry, and their ability to access the technology was limited. So, but what is the reason for this? The reason is that if you see, more than 90% of the MSMEs, what we speak in India, are micro enterprises. They are small family enterprises, individual enterprises, who did not have the access to the formal credit for a long time. And even now, I'm told that, I understand from the CII data, that just about 3 to 4% of the total MSMEs have access to the banking system, which leaves, rest of the 95 to 96 or 97% essentially either depending on the informal sources like money lenders or the family members, or luckily in the last few years with the growth of NBFCs and MFIs, there have been some formalization which had happened. I think there's a long way to go in terms of establishing the formal credit linkages to the MSMEs. So when we come to the what do we need to do as CII, lenders, the policymakers in terms of supporting the MSMEs, I have a few thoughts which I thought, I think the new normal makes us to think differently, right? So what is this new normal we are talking about, apart from the usual traditional problems which MSMEs have been facing? The biggest challenge what the MSMEs immediately faced is how do they restart their operations when they have been impacted by the COVID? Almost they did not have virtually no cash flows for 3 months of the lockdown. When they started, the consumption demand is yet to pick up. Many of them are not able to service the interest and installment. So a combination of regulatory measures and more importantly, the very, very timely initiative of the government. I think Mr. Muthoot also had mentioned in terms of how the government had come out with what is called the guaranteed COVID emergency line, the guaranteed emergency credit line. And mind you, we at State Bank of India were the first to come out with COVID emergency line. We said that we don't ask any reasons. If you are formally engaged with us, we'll give 10% of your credit limit. We were the first one. And we, through SBI as well as IBA, had engaged with the government and convinced them that if you expect the banks or lenders to give additional financing to MSMEs at this time, where the whole viability of MSME is at stake, you need to come out with some support system. I think we should all be glad that the government had understood the requirement of supporting these MSMEs and come out with this guaranteed emergency credit line, which is, I think, very well designed. And I just would like to point out that while the scheme is designed, how do you deliver it? It's a massive initiative. How do you deliver it to the MSMEs across the country? So what we believe that in the new normal, where people find it difficult to approach the bank, people may not even know that what is the eligibility. What we have done is that we use the technology because they were the existing customers to State Bank of India. From our database, centrally we generated the sanction letters and have given to the branches that you only have to contact the customer. If he needs, he will get a pre-approved loan. If he needs, he can come and take the disbursement. So why I'm mentioning is this: there are two, three important learnings in this. One is you have to devise products which suit MSME requirements and which suit the economic condition and crisis which we are facing. I think that has been fulfilled by the product design, that is GECL. And we need to reach out to people through technology. And that is what I think we have done in SBI, and many banks have followed suit. And this is one of the most successful programs which where not only public sector banks, even the large number of private players, banks, NBFCs have participated widely, because it is the simplicity of the product and the simplicity of technology where you can reach. So in my view, the new normal would require us to devise products, processes where you can give the credit timely. So why the lenders are a little apprehensive of reaching out to these MSMEs? Let us first understand that. One is, of course, microcredit. If you have to reach out to micro segment, it's pretty expensive for mainstream bankers because of the cost structure. And the last mile connectivity, despite the large franchise what State Bank of India has, for example, we have 22,000 branches outlets. We still feel that how do I reach out to the large number of micro enterprises? Because lending is one part and collection is another. It's extremely relationship intensive, engagement intensive. While you can digitally deliver a loan, how do you collect them? And that is where I think NBFCs and microfinancial institutions have played an important role. Going forward, in my view, mainstream banks, while continuing the direct engagement with medium, small enterprises, the micro loans more and more have to move into the co-origination or co-lending model. So far, what banks have been doing is that financing the NBFCs and MFIs engaged in this activity. I think today, if you see, as a single largest entity, NBFCs are the largest borrowers in the system. They're providing to the last mile connectivity to the credit needs of the people. But I think there is a greater and stronger opportunity if we design a co-lending models where the NBFC's employment of capital is limited, but the risk sharing is between banks and the NBFCs and MFIs, we can definitely use the access which is provided by the NBFCs. This is one definitely point which I need here to leave with. The second point what we have realized is that how do I get the new to bank small and medium enterprises? And there we have used what is called PSB 59 portal, which is a contactless lending platform. I request all your members of CII in Kerala and elsewhere that this is a wonderful platform which PSBs have created, where any customer can access it and he can give his data. The data, if you are a GST registered, the data is fetched automatically by the portal, GST portal, and if you are existing to banking system, your statements are picked up, analysis is done, and the limit is approved online. And you even have an ability to choose the bank based on which rate of interest is more suitable for you. I definitely request all of you to use the CLP platform. So to address the issue of cost and the reach, we are going to very, very seriously pursue the co-lending model and promote the contactless platform which we have engaged with. And the third and most important thing what we have realized is that, again, small and medium enterprises are relationship intensive. We have, across the country, we have put 90 senior assistant general managers across the country in India, where he will be the single point of contact for MSMEs in that area. It is almost covering every district of the country, every major district of the country. And we are starting a specialized MSME branches across the country. We have already started in the current year 120 MSME specialized branches, where the MSME customers will get all their needs fulfilled. So one is technology, another is outreach to reach out and handhold the MSMEs. Third is collaboration and partnership with the NBFs and MFIs, and promoting the contactless lending platform is going to be our delivery channels. See, in terms of, as I said, I think guaranteed emergency credit line is one immediate, facility which is provided. State Bank of India alone had provided facility under GECL to 500 lakh MSME customers in the country. Almost 25,000 crores additional credit facilities have been given to the MSMEs. In Kerala alone, we have provided 24,000 MSMEs, aggregating 1,100 crore facilities to the MSME customers under the GECL facility. So the second part, which I would definitely ask all our MSME borrowers who are part of this, exhibition and the CII initiative is that if you are impacted, your cash flows are impacted. One is, of course, immediate facility of GECL to restart your operations. But if you think that you still need some more time, I would strongly recommend that you need to use the restructuring facility which is made available both by the RBI as well as the subordinated restructuring scheme which the government of India has floated. This is very much required because you may have some time to recoup your operations and come back to the normalcy. During this time, your account should not be allowed to become NPA. For that purpose, RBI has very, very liberalized restructuring scheme. Like, for example, in the last 3 months, we have reached out and restructured 1 lakh MSME loans. But there are large number of MSMEs, which I am sure require a bit of restructuring. And please feel free to approach the banks. Banks are too willing to do your restructuring if you need it. And even if there is a margin money requirement by the promoters, the subordinated scheme will facilitate that up to 15% of your investment in the company is also funded by the bank, which is restructuring. I think this is a great opportunity to sustain your operations, handle the situation which you are going through, and come back to normalcy and continue your operations. So I would, through this forum, I would request all MSME borrowers, please consider if you need restructuring, approach your bank and get it done. The third point is, I think one of the other concerns what the lenders always have is the governance issues. The bookkeeping is poor. People do not maintain the financial discipline. So I would definitely seek that the great amount of formalization which had happened through the GST need to be taken advantage of. Then more and more credit discipline and the governance which you improve, the micro enterprises can become small, small can become medium, and medium can become large. But that the key to all this growth is your credit discipline and governance. If you address these issues, I think credit, in my view, is not a great challenge at all. I think there are a lot of enablers, a lot of lenders are in the system, both fintechs, new age players, private sector banks, public sector banks, NBFCs, MFIs. The universe of lenders is exploding. What is important is that you should be in a position to convince the lender that you deserve credit. And that comes from the fact that you need to improve the governance framework. Governance may be a very big word to use, but I only say that your bookkeeping, account maintenance, and credit discipline. If you ensure these three things, the lenders will be too glad to lend to you. And particularly in terms of small and medium enterprise, I just give a data point. In case of micro enterprises, that is less than 1 crore, the NPA percent is less than 5% in the system. But when it comes to small and medium enterprises, the NPA percentage is almost as high as 20%. So that means, the larger the credit, the risk which the lenders are taking is much higher. But I think it largely stems from the fact that while the micro enterprises, people have a small investment and their livelihood depends on it, they're very careful with their money, what they're doing. But in case of small and medium enterprises, a lot of diversion of funds happen, a lot of unrelated businesses, these people get tempted to start. So please, if you have to grow in your business, you need to follow the governance framework. And I think the banks will be too glad to this thing. The second thing I would definitely request MSMEs is that while there are umpteen number of products, so what you need to do is ask your bank, what is the product which is suitable to you? And what we've been going through the IBA and also our own initiative is that we are soon starting a portal for MSMEs specifically in our website, where you can yourself log in and find out what are all the various schemes the State Bank of India offers. And we are also starting an outreach program called every second Friday of the month. It will be an open forum. Anybody, any of MSMEs can reach out to anyone in the bank and ask for an appointment, ask for information, ask for anything what you think is required for you, both on the product front and the process front. So this is another initiative I think we are starting. I request all of you to make use of it. So with this, I would like to stop here. I think my allocated time is over. Over to you, Mr. Patel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. C.S. Sethi, MD, State Bank of India. Your assurance that timely credit will be available to restart business is a great assurance for MSMEs. And also your what you have said on co-lending, I think that is the way to go now. NBFCs and banks should partner. The tech platform, I think, like every fintech now, banks also have tech platforms where borrowers and lenders can come together. Outreach of SBI is something worth mentioning. I think that is the it will be a big boon for the small MSME and the small borrowers. Lastly, one major point which we have said I would like to emphasize here is on the governance discipline of nano, micro, small businesses, where they tend to always deviate, and the governance is the last thing they would give importance. I think during crisis like this, this is very important. This is a test how well we've been running your business. So these are testing times. I think the message is well taken. Thank you, Mr. Sethi, for the enlightening message. I would like if Dr. Alangovan is here, he could.
Yes,
I would request Dr. Alangovan, IAS, Principal Secretary, Department of Industries, Government of Kerala, to address the gathering. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Thomas. John Muthoot, Chairman CII Kerala State Council, and Honorable Minister, Finance Minister, Government of Kerala, Dr. T. M. Thomas Isaac, other distinguished speakers, Mr. S. Shetty, Mr. Sudhir Garg, Ms. Shalini Warrior, and a very distinguished audience. At the outset, let me thank CII Kerala for organizing such a webinar. It's so relevant today that the corona pandemic has actually distorted traditional channels of sort of financing. The gloom or the fear that everything is not okay actually sends down tremendous negative signals down the market, and people tend to become very cautious. In fact, in that context, it is MSME that suffers a lot. Now, financing options for MSME in the new normal is something which everyone need to talk, everyone need to understand, and everyone need to implement. This caption to my mind basically gives an alternate thinking process about source of funds. This caption to my mind looks like that one has to look outside the traditional channel of sort of financing. Is there some alternate channel of financing for MSMEs? It's something which I would like to pose the question to the audience and try to address a couple of points. As Principal Secretary in the Department of Industries, my perception on MSMEs are generally positive. In fact, MSME is the main engine of growth in industrial sector in Kerala. MSMEs will be the center of activity in Kerala owing to several factors. But you look at the MSMEs, the way how they perform. Something that came to my notice is that the Atmanirbhar Bharat, which was announced with more than 300,000 crore as sort of assistance, that is 20% of the cover as an assistance without collateral. We estimated that close to 9,800 crores is what MSMEs in Kerala should get. But as on today, less than 5,000 crore. To be precise, 4,500 crores is what has been received by MSMEs. We spoke to SLBC and other people saying why their offtake is low. After all, this is something which will not demand any collateral. This will not demand some sureties. And why is that MSMEs are not getting this money? In fact, Honorable Chief Minister also is following up this number and said, as against 9,800 crores, we have only 4,500 crore. One of the reasons that was informed to me was that in a category called SME2, we are stuck. Basically, what does it mean? It means as on February 2020, you should not have had any bad loans or unpaid loans or outstanding dues or irregular accounts. If you have one, then you won't get money under Bharat. Now, this is a fine print under the scheme, but it has affected us hugely in the state of Kerala. Let me say particularly the entire cashew sector, which was looking at the Atmanirbhar Bharat program as one of the lifeline for them to reactivate, they really got suffered. Now, this scheme has presupposed that MSMEs were all doing fine, that is prior to the onset of this pandemic. We're all fine so that everybody will get it. But unfortunately, Kerala, we had two floods, 2018 and 2019. They devastated this MSME sector so much so. Now, as a result of that, many of us fell in that trap. And that's the reason only 50% of the assistants were able to do it. Now, this focuses on several issues. Rather, this brings to light several issues. Number one, what is the level of financial literacy the MSMEs have? Do MSMEs really manage their accounts? Do they really manage their finance? As Mr. C.S. Shetty was talking a little while ago, What is that really that plagues the system? Before you go in for an alternate channel of or institutional finance, very important to look at the way finances are basically managed in MSME level. I sit in so many selection boards to select the CEOs of the PSU in some companies. And one of the standard questions I pose there is that I ask them to define some financial indices. I tell them to describe. As a CEO, he is supposed to know how to read the financial statements. I ask simple questions like NPV. I said, how do you calculate NPV? I ask them, what is IRR? I ask them, how do you calculate payback period? I ask them, what is current ratio? This is not to say anything. What I'm saying is the general level of financial awareness or literacy is low. This is happening for selection to the post of CEOs of the PSUs. One can very well imagine whether the MSMEs are whether they're equipped to understand what is the nuances of obtaining a loan. If you don't start off with this, giving them financial literacy, if you don't tell them the cost of the money, the cost of capital, if you don't drive this point to them, I think finances will not be properly deployed in the business model. The business model should be such that you have to have a sort of scientific and optimistic deployment of the capital, failing which you will be carrying the cost of capital without any activity. That's the first point, number one. Number two, regarding the business model or the governance structure. Again, Mr. Shetty had covered it. I'll only add to that. See, most of these MSMEs, either the proprietorship or single partnership companies, what's happening is that there is no objectivity into this. There is no fresh ideas into the companies. I used to be the executive director of Council for Leather Exports and the Ministry of Commerce long time back. And when the rupee got really appreciated to 39 rupees, we went and met the then Finance Minister in Government of India. He posed a question to us. The leather exporters or the leather exporters in India, he really actually brought out this issue on business models. He said, unless you corporatize, unless you become much more broad-based, your financial management will be in trouble. So what I'm trying to say is the business model or the finance deployment system should be clearly on the cost of capital. Third is regarding transparency. This again, the issue that has come up in Kollam when we started talking about our cash sector MSMEs. The banks will come and tell us that as per the balance sheet, there is a stock. Now, when that is an application for refinancing, they say this is a balance sheet, there is a stock. And the banks people, they sign that there is stock. So how do you believe that? There's a huge issue of transparency. So MSMEs have to do internally brainstorming session. Internally, they have to reform. They should know what is the cost of capital. They should know how to manage the finances. Corporate governance has to kick in, and a fair degree of transparency should be there, wherein the diversion of the finances or resources should be checked. Now, having said this as the internal reform process, what are the options today? Today, the traditional sources of income are available. Now, I think this is now time to think of our new sources. The venture capitals. In fact, in one of my discussions with the Canara Bank, they said they will be willing to lend money to KSIDC under venture capitals because a lot of money is available today in people's hand, and they don't go to the banks and deposit all of them. They're very enterprising people around. The youngsters who have a lot of money, disposable income, they want to experiment. See, whether we like it or not, we are virtually copying the Western model of financial markets. Today, there are a lot of instruments available in the market, a lot of money available in terms of venture capital, the money available in terms of non-banking sort of financial institutions, which are much more flexible in one sense and much more aggressive in lending. Whether the MSMEs can tap it, the question is yes. Of course, they can tap it, provided what I've said earlier, that they should know the basics of financial management. They should know. Otherwise, as a mismanaging finance, even the smallest extent, will get in great trouble. The last point is regarding investment frameworks. When MSMEs wants to really source funds, I can talk now for the next 2-3 minutes about the government sources. Now, Kerala Financial Corporation has been very aggressive under the dynamic leadership of a finance minister. They are very bold. They are in a lending spree. No doubt about it. Government is with the MSMEs and industries. Now, we are also, we in the sense KSIDC, the industrial or industries department is also now looking at financing MSMEs. Hitherto, KSIDC was not financing the MSMEs. Our thinking process is now that KSIDC should also start giving institutional finance for MSMEs, which means the government sources available. KSIDs and KFC are non-banking institutions available. Along with this, you have a whole chain of nationalized banks and private banks giving them loans, etc., etc. The point I'm trying to say here is that, do you really want to take the loan and be done with it? Or do you want to really innovate the way of financing? Innovation, what I mean to say is that a fairly decent size of MSME project should typically have open-ended thing to have a partnership basis. Our investment framework in Kerala, now we have defined various models. One for the MSMEs is that we will hold like a CII model, to bring or to give them a facade of a government as a counter. KSID is willing to join hands with MSMEs who will bring out a credible, a feasible project of a decent size. Obviously, we cannot partner with each and every MSMEs. A sizable nature if it comes, so you don't need to have a loan alone. You can take in terms of equity contribution, which is something which is going to come at a very huge advantage for you. By doing that, so the partnership basis or sourcing equities is something which government of Kerala will increasingly encourage all the MSMEs to do it. So therefore, we have 3 sources of financing. One, a grant for upgradation, a grant for new venture in the form of entrepreneurship support scheme, ESS scheme, wherein 15% of the capital is given as credit-linked subsidies. Grant is one. Second is loan in the form of a soft loans, and third is equity partnership. Well, these are traditional still. The innovative way is to go to the market and source the venture capitals, because venture capital is something which people are willing to now take risks, and there are a lot of capital, there are a lot of portfolio managers. Now, MSMEs and portfolio managers, if they are made to sit side by side, and if there was a conversation between these two things, I think we can find a lot of common ground, because MSMEs want money, and venture capital and also the portfolio managers wanted to invest money in a very profitable venture. Therefore, the new normal is to go beyond the traditional market, traditional source, and find out whether you can tap the money that is lying unutilized in huge quantities, not only in India, but also abroad. Therefore, the time to integrate the private market or private capital market with the MSMEs will have a whole lot of options before them that will not only help them learn financial management, but also will have new projects, new ideas coming from the financier side itself. So this kind of synergy, this kind of symbiosis, if CII Kerala can attempt, I think they will find out innovative ways of bringing money into them without we in the government trying to interfere. So a time has come now. Let me conclude by saying that the time has come now that the integration of the private capital and the MSMEs is now overdue. This is why we should look at it and ensure that both the borrower and the giver understand the terms and conditions and have a symbiotic relationship to do. This way we can find solutions to many MSMEs for whom we could not find in the traditional path. Thank you one and all. Thanks, Mr. Muthu. Thanks everyone for giving me the opportunity and listening to me patiently. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alankovan, for your enriching address. We would surely take steps to for the MSME panel to uh, bring out financial literacy and also making the MSME organizations understand the importance of maintaining proper accounts and also understanding the financials behind their business, so that during crisis times like this, it would come handy for them. And also the point which you raised on the going beyond the traditional way of lines of finance, yeah, it's a point for the upcoming MSMEs. Thank you once again. I would now call upon Mr. Sudhir Garg, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Government of India, to deliver the address. Over to you, sir.
Good morning to everybody. Good morning. Wonderful morning on this October. Dear panelists, Dr. Alangovan, Mr. Shetty, Mr. Muthu, I would like to really thank CII for giving me this opportunity. Well, I think it's a very, very relevant topic, relevant issues to address to the MSMEs. And after all this talk by Mr. Shetty and Dr. Alangovan, I would like to concentrate on financing for change, financing for becoming smart. Well, we know that India is a country of 1.3 billion people. In the golden era, we had given this word zero so that mathematics can happen. And in this modern era, we are providing the smartest people to the world towards meeting their all requirements in all the futuristic needs. Today, India is having around 1,200 global R&D centers. Now, these are the strengths on which we are standing. So I think it's the most appropriate time for us to ride on this wave and expand our reach and presence to contribute more and more in the global economy. Well, Mr. Shetty said that MSMEs deserve credit. If that be the case, then what is that which is really stopping MSMEs or making them face the challenge of credit? And I think one of the key things that we have to now look at is take technology as the key driver. Today, we are living in the digital age. So we have to really ride on this digital wave. Go for e-commerce. Use the knowledge, as we know that knowledge is the key to the growth. The call by Honorable Prime Minister of India to become Atmanirbhar, I think, is most appropriate and timely. This provides us with a great opportunity to commit to ourselves, to strengthen our capabilities, and to go ahead at a faster pace to attain our rightful space, rightful place in this dynamic world. Now, let us see that what it requires for us to attain the rightful place. And I think the two key parameters are, number one, developing skills. And number two, I think, is capability to continuously innovate. Well, I would just like to bring here that in the Western world, a generation has devoted itself to work in the areas which they really love. They innovated and they partnered with the industry to create new solutions. In turn, the industry found a group of such smart guys who can do things in a much better manner than anybody who is their employee. And that's how the Western world has grown very, very fast. They mastered a lot of things. I think we today have to now consider this point to move away from the traditional methods of working. Traditional culture of, that the large industry brings some technology and the smaller MSME just becomes the ancillary units. So today we have to now change the style, and MSMEs have to consider that they become really intellectual suppliers to the supply chain. They become part of the supply chain in a manner so that they can create new products, they can develop new solutions, and then that's how they are able to create more value for themselves and for the industry. Well, we are living in the 21st century. COVID-19 has brought out one disruption. But I can tell you that disruptions will be the regular things in this 21st century. We will be seeing more and more disruptions in the coming days. And we all know that disruptions are the growth engine. So we have to now see that how can we really take benefit of these disruptions? Well, yes, right, that COVID-19 has given us immense losses, immense pain, but it is also showing us a lot of opportunities. One such opportunity I would like to bring is that the way people are now able to work from home, and this has given us that we can now live in a distributed manner. So distributed living is one opportunity. So this is giving us a lot of new businesses. So how can we really use the digital age for creating businesses around digital living? This is one point. Number two, smart villages. We used to think that smart villages means only smart buildings, smart transportation, but now we know that smart cities means smart using the digital role. So it again gives us immense opportunity to create new solutions in various areas. Now, smart cities also brings us to the smart villages, and I believe can be the real model in that area. Smart villages sounds to be very simple, but I can tell you that today people have huge demand. They are looking for a big change in their lives. Education, health, all these services now can be made smarter. So these are giving us really good opportunity to new businesses. Now, how do we make it happen? So to make it happen, I believe that we have to join hands. The model is that unless we work together, the industry, the government, the banking, financial institutions, and among the industry also, various associations have to bring all the industry people on one platform. Only then possibly we will be able to create this synergy. Now, one more interesting thing which is happening in the country is that now there was a time when the intellect used to go to the Western world, USA, Europe. But today they are concentrating on creating the new businesses. So startup ecosystem is growing very, very fast. So we have to now encash this opportunity which is coming through the startup ecosystem. Another opportunity which is coming is through the circular economy. The environmental consciousness. This is driving us for a big change. Driving us for a change in the manufacturing, the way we provide services, and that's a great opportunity. So we have to now think that how do we encash on all these opportunities? Now, the Ministry of MSME is providing or trying to create an infrastructure which is able to support and try to help industry to take benefit of all these changes which are happening. And one of the key things which is being done is to set up technology centers across the country. Around 153 technology centers are going to be set up in the coming days. 18 technology centers already existed, 15 new have already taken shape, and 120 more are going to come. So this will take the infrastructure of technology to the district level. So this will allow industry to go take their problems, and the problems can be sorted out by these technology centers. Whether these problems are related to businesses, or human resources, or in the marketing areas. So all those smart solutions will be available through these technology centers in the area of artificial intelligence, augmented reality, virtual reality, robotics, etc. These centers will also provide the facility of plug and play mode, in which you don't need to put up your facility immediately, but you can use the facilities available here to create a prototype, a new model, a new product, new prototype, do a market testing, and once you are comfortable that yes, market is responding very well, then you can go for a large scale manufacturing. As I just said that we to join hands. So the ministry is running two programs. One is the MSE CDP cluster scheme, in which we provide assistance up to rupees 15 crores, which is almost 80% of the total investment. So now let's say that the industry is finding challenge in competing some international groups. So there is a technology intervention required. So industry can join hands. A group of around 10 to 20 industries can join hands, and they can ask what technology intervention is required. We will provide funding up to 15 crore rupees, which is about 80% of the total fund. So this is for the micro and small industry. In addition to that, we also have a scheme called Spurti scheme, which is basically targeted for the traditional micro enterprises. So these enterprises which want to create new things, they want to use the technology, they want to increase their outputs, because today the global supply chain wants right item in a very short duration. The supply duration period has now come down, not 3 months, it is just 1 month. So you have to produce large amount of quantity in the short duration. So for that, we have the scheme called Spurti, under which we provide assistance up to rupees 5 crore. So I request the industry to kindly consider that and come up with more and more proposals so that we can work together and create value for each other. Now, another key thing which the ministry is finding is that unless we create new products, unless we do something new, we may not be able to remain continuously in the business. So incubation centers is something which is very, very important. So we are setting up large number of incubation centers across the country, and the ministry has two schemes for that. One is the Aspire scheme for basically for rural areas, and another is the incubation scheme, which is basically for the district level and the bigger cities. So here we provide assistance to the industry, to the incubators, to the incubatees, up to 15 lakh rupees. Each incubator gets 15 lakh rupees to work on his or her idea, and then to create a business around that, we provide support of rupees 1 crore. Well, I will again say that innovation is the law of today. Innovation is the law of today, and startup is the answer to it. Each of us has to look at that and really encash on the startup ecosystem. Well, today the change is happening faster, disruptions are common, so we have to rely on experiments and capitalize on change. Another good thing which is happening across the country is that the green manufacturing, the whole world is moving towards reducing the carbon footprint. We in India are having a natural strength at producing green. Particularly Kerala and southern India, Tamil Nadu have a great potential in the coir sector. We are already exporting around 3,000 crore worth coir materials. So this is one area that we must now concentrate, that how do we reduce the carbon footprint of each and every manufacturing we are doing, and then how do we really label each item that this is having less carbon footprint as compared to a comparable item which is available from other sectors. So if we are able to do that, I believe we will be able to sell our items very quickly, and our exportability will also grow. And this will also make the local to global, as called by Honorable PM, possible. Now, another thing which is really driving is the e-commerce. Now, one thing we must remember today is that when the buyers buy anything, they first see what is the opinion given by other buyers for a particular item. Now, a single negative opinion in today's world really makes a huge impact. So that is one thing that we must keep in mind. Today, quality is upmost. So we cannot live in the earlier era that it doesn't make any difference if 99% is good. Today, 99% is not good. It has to be 100%. Whatever I say, as far as my quality is concerned, it has to be 100%. Because if a single negative opinion is there, people will not like to buy that item. Now, one very important point brought by Dr. Alan Gawani was that transparency. How to get money from the VCs. Then Mr. Sethi also brought out that financial discipline and governance. Well, these are the key items that the industry has to achieve. Now, what are the tools available for the industry? How does it migrate from the present level to a level where their transparency becomes natural, where their governance improves? I'll give a small example. Lean manufacturing is one tool which is very effectively used by the industry to bring in good principles, bring in improved governance, bringing a growth mindset to the employees. And I'll share a story of Pune. One gentleman, I was talking to a group of industries there, and one gentleman said that he was earlier too busy with the company's affairs. His mobile phone used to keep on ringing the whole day. And now, after implementation of lean manufacturing practices, his mobile phone is just not ringing. He has streamlined each and everything in the factory. So because of that, he is now able to devote his time to the marketing side, to devote his time for finding out new financial instruments. So that is how one tool, lean is only one tool, but today another very, very interesting tool which is coming up is the digitization in every aspect of your life, every aspect of your manufacturing, every aspect of your service. So digitization today can really bring in transparency in whole of your processes. You can know how is your manpower working, what is their output, how the machines are working, what is their output. By the evening, you'll know that what the machine has really done, how the quality is happening, how the materials are coming and going. So you'll have complete visibility on all the processes which are happening in your company. And one of the things is that how each penny that you spend is earning for you. So the financial visibility will happen to you immediately for that. And here I'll request, we have Mr. Sethi also with us, and the Kerala government are also participating that. One thing I'll request Kerala government is that we have a large number of public sector units. Can we showcase these products in the industries that we are running, the PSUs that we are running? So I'll call upon the Kerala government to kindly consider showcasing these solutions, which are now much, much cheaper available from a lot of innovators, from a lot of startup units, from a lot of small MSMEs. So if you can showcase these solutions in our own industries, probably our industry will adopt it very quickly. And I'll request Mr. Sethi to also consider when they provide, when they do the restructuring of the finances of the MSMEs, then they can create a small cell where they provide them advice on this, that how do we improve, how do the MSMEs improve their financial visibility, discipline, governance, and using these latest tools of digitization. So unless we use the latest tools, we will not be able to really compete the globe. Today, in the apparel sector, we have $17 billion for quite some time, only because the countries like Sri Lanka, Vietnam all of them are growing very well because they are using Industry 4.0 based solutions in their inspections. They are able to bring down their cost because of that. So this is something which we must consider doing that. Another thing which I would like to bring out is that industry now must join hands with the various technical institutes. We did a small experiment in Maharashtra where around 200 industry problems were taken by 20 engineering colleges there, and 600 students participated in solving those problems. And initially industry thought that what these private colleges will really contribute. So they were just wondering about it. And just after 6 months, so much of value was created for each of them. Industry was gaga about it that a lot of their problems were sorted out in a very cost-effective and simpler manner. And young children were able to create IPRs for themselves. Many of them started their own businesses. So I'll request that kindly join hands with the institutes. So we have to now create, even the government of Kerala should consider creating centers of excellence, and even banking sector can consider putting up some centers of excellence with IITs. We recently created one center of excellence in IIT Madras for the coir related problems. Because the coir industry, when we interacted with them as a chairman of coir board, I was told that they need only one input, and that is on the technology front, because they need more output now today. And I believe the coir sector is doing very well in Kerala today, and they almost come to the same level what they were earlier. And we are now trying to create a chemistry between the industry, the institute, that is IIT, and other R&D faculties, so that we are able to give solutions to the industry on their day-to-day problems and their futuristic problems as well. We are also concentrating on the value addition, which is something which is very important. Without value additions, we will not be able to grow. I'll give an example of the coir pith. We are exporting around 1100 crore coir pith today, but the same coir pith, after being imported by the Western world, they are giving value addition in making it for 5,000 crore. So why can't we do it in-house here? So that's what we are trying, and we are trying to create again partnership with IIHR for giving more and more value addition to the coir pith and things like that, so that we can create value for each other and we really make the money. We don't just export the raw material, but we export the finished goods. So unless we bring all these changes in our system, we'll not be able to really sustain, will not be able to make profits, will not be able to grow the way we are looking forward. The ministry is also having a very interesting scheme called Gramodyog Vikas Yojana, so in which we provide very innovative solutions to the traditional industries. Like agarbatti, we provided some inputs recently to agarbatti industry, to honey industry. We are aiming that the way we are number one today in milk production, we should become number one in the honey production also. And also a lot of value-added products can be created from honey. So we are concentrating on making this traditional industry so that over a period of time, in a decade or so, they become around 1 lakh crore turnover tax. We already heard that how the packages by Government of India have really made or are helping MSMEs to bring down their to facilitate the financing of their working capital and other things. In addition, I would also like to say that like the lower interest rates which are available, I think that is a good thing which is happening, and courtesy RBI and Government of India has a lot of initiatives that is happening. And I would now like to, I like to close my discussion, and towards the end, I would only say that we are today very much vibrant to the industry's need. We are open for discussion. We are ready to solve all the problems, and we are created a portal called champions.gov.in. So this champion, you can reach us at any time. Through this portal, you can reach us at any time, and we are ready to listen to your problems, and we are ready to work so that we can create more and more business, more and more facilitation in the businesses. So thank you very much, and thanks a lot for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Garg. for throwing light on the various measures taken by the Ministry of MSME, and also the importance of making a change in the MSME outlook and being smart, bringing technology, being green, and all the speakers have brought in the importance of transparency, governance, and financial discipline. I think, thank you very much. And I call upon Ms. Shalini Warrior, co-convener, CII Kerala BFSI panel, and Chief Operating Officer, Federal Bank Limited, to address the gathering and also to deliver the vote of thanks. Over to you, Madam.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everybody and a warm welcome to the CII MSME Finance Facilitation Drive. Specifically, I would like to add my welcome to Mr. C.S. Shetty of State Bank of India, Dr. Elangovan from the Government of Kerala, Mr. Sudhir Garg from the Government of India, Mr. Thomas John Muthoot, Chairman of CII State Kerala Council and Chairman and Managing Director of Muthoot Finance FinCorp Limited. Members from the industry, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed an honor and a privilege for me to address this August gathering of the CII MSME Finance Facilitation Drive. Let me first of all thank everybody who's present here today, having dialed in on a Monday morning. As has been said by my previous speakers, the MSME sector has been hailed as the engine of economic growth for countries. It plays a very crucial role in providing large-scale employment opportunities at a lower cost of capital, and also uplifting the rural and backward communities through industrialization. And this enables a more equitable distribution of national income and wealth. MSMEs, as we know, also serve as ancillary units to support large industries, and they have a huge potential in reducing poverty, boosting exports, and contributing to the overall socio-economic development of the country. According to an India Invest report presently in India, the MSME sector contributes to about 29% of India's GDP and provides opportunities for employment for millions and crores of people, contributes to approximately 48% of India's total exports. It is the largest employer in the country after following agriculture. In Kerala specifically, Kerala has the 12th largest number of MSMEs in India, spread across micro enterprises and small and medium enterprises. There are three essential factors that we see for the growth of the MSME sector. One is credit availability, connectivity, and power. And today, this conference seeks to address the issue on credit availability. As we know, the coronavirus has had a huge impact on all industries, and in particular on the MSME sector. The economy has been battered, with the worst hit being the MSME sector. The MSME sector relies afloat and therefore continues to be the most vulnerable owing to the lockdown and the decrease in demand. To ensure revival strategies for the MSMEs and for enabling them to come out much stronger, previous speakers have alluded to some key points. First one, I think, is the need to embrace technology and digitization. In fact, our experience shows that MSMEs who were enabled with some sort of digital presence were able to keep some of their businesses afloat because they had the opportunity to continue to engage with customers. And hence, this crisis has made it imperative for MSMEs to focus on technology and digitization. Business innovation, launching an e-commerce vertical, trying out newer products, being agile enough to move product categories has proved to be quite useful for MSMEs during this pandemic period. Supply chain. All businesses should focus on building a very resilient and local supply chain and digitizing the supply chain. Access to credit, obviously, we know has been one of the major roadblocks, and we recognize that this is a very tough time to be in business. Against this backdrop, and in the light of this pandemic, CII Kerala is proud to organize the MSME Facilitation Drive, financing options for MSMEs in the new normal. This is a virtual exhibition and conference, and it runs through from 19th of October to 24th of October. The prime objective of the conference is to provide a platform where stakeholders from the financial ecosystem can share their views on the current crisis, along with their offerings and advice for MSMEs to overcome the situation we are in. Various financial schemes and revival strategies will be illuminated through this conference. A one-week virtual exhibition is also being organized with an aim to connect the MSMEs with the financial institutions, facilitate a range of business-to-business meetings through which MSMEs will be able to gain knowledge as to what are the options available in the market and how do they go about getting those options. We are confident that the MSME facilitation drive will serve as an ideal meeting place for financiers and borrowers. On this solemn note, let me move on to my responsibilities of proposing a very vote of thanks, which is an honor to do. First of all, Mr. Shetty, thank you very much for taking time off from your schedule and gracing this occasion with your esteemed presence. Your enlightening and thought-provoking address was well appreciated by the audience. You had some very good, nice words to say for CII, so thank you very much for that. I think you've covered extensively what SBI, as well as the banking industry as a whole, has been doing during this pandemic in making sure credit is available for the right requirements. So thank you very much, Mr. Shetty. Dr. Ilangovan, sorry, thank you very much for joining us for this inaugural session. Your emphasis that this is all about distorting traditional channels of finance and making sure you access finance in newer ways, your emphasis on venture capital, private equity, your emphasis on discipline and financial literacy for MSMEs, transparency, are all well noted, and CII will definitely take on some of these suggestions and implement them through the BFSI panel within CII Kerala. Mr. Sudhir Garg, thank you very much for joining us on behalf of the Government of India. I think you emphasized a range of items, but just to emphasize a couple of them, the technology centers that are being created, the innovation incubation centers that you spoke about, Spurti, the champion portal, these are just some of the points that I think the audience would have taken note of, and we will work with MSME sector in India, in Kerala, sorry, to expand on these. So thank you very much. Mr. Thomas John Muthoot, Chairman for CII State Council, I'd like to say personally a thank you for your support and leadership in organizing this summit. It was your idea that has now been delivered by the team collectively into this domain. I'd like to thank the friends of the media who have joined this event. I would be failing in my duty if I did not thank our sponsors, State Bank of India, Muthoot FinCorp, ISAF Small Finance Bank, Canara Bank, and my own bank, Federal Bank. It is your kind gesture and humble contribution that has helped us to make this a reality. All our supporting associations, thank you very much for your unstinted support for the event. To the CII Secretariat led by John, thank you very much for putting this together. It's a wonderful event that has seen coming together of a very large number of people. Last but definitely not the least, I would like to thank each one of you, the participants who have joined us today and will join us for the panel sessions that are scheduled to take place through the rest of today. I would encourage you and your associates and colleagues to keep coming back to the conference that is going on and to the exhibition that is going on through the rest of this week, because I think it will provide a huge amount of opportunity for those that are there. On that note, once again, thank you very much for everything that has happened this morning and for the conference. Thank you very much for being here. Mr. Muthoot, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Shalini Warrior. With this, we come to the close of the inaugural session. Thank you once again. Namaste.
Namaste. Thank you.
Thank you to all the panelists. We will now move on to the next session. I request the panelists of the next sessions to kindly join us. I request the participants to stay online.
Start my video.
Morning, Mr. Radish. Can you check your audio once? You're on mute, sir.
Hi, this is Sony Jose from ISAF, a small finance bank.
Yeah.
Morning. Your audio is clear, Mr. Sony. Your video is also clear. Mr. Radish, I can hear you as well. Yeah. Your audio is as well.
Thank you.
Can I have the office of Srikutan checking the audio, please?
Am I audible?
Yes, yes, very much. Yeah.
We'll go on mute unless otherwise we talk. Okay, that's okay, no, John?
Yeah, yeah. So unless the person who speaks can put it on the others can put it on mute. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We can remain on the mute mode unless you're speaking. So, Mr. Dinesh, can I have you, please? I can see you. I can, Mr. Dinesh.
Sir. Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Hello.
Good morning.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can hear you, but your video is not coming.
Now?
Yeah, now it is working, sir. Now it is working. Perfect. Yeah.
I want to share this presentation, how it will be enabled.
We will enable you, sir. One of my teammates will contact your office. We'll enable.
Now we can try. I already given the presenter right to you, sir.
Now, okay, where?
Sharing your screen, sir, now.
Trying to sketch, yeah.
Okay.
Start. Self video to say that.
Mr. Dinesh, if it is taking time, we will move on with the welcome address, and then as and when you speak, you can try that, sharing your presentation. I think we can do that. Mr. Sony, can you start the proceedings? I think we have all the panelists with us. And I just wanted to inform, so firstly, thank you all for joining us for this session. So the way I'm sure you know how it is structured is we'll have Mr. Sony Jaws, Vice President and Head of MSME ISAF Small Finance Bank, chairing the session. So he will initially make opening remarks. He will introduce all the speakers and invite each one of you to speak for your allotted time, one by one. And after that, we can take questions, Q&As from the participants. Just to inform you that we have about 580 participants who have joined us through our Hive platform. So, Mr. Sony, you will be receiving the questions at your end, and you can, during the question and answer session, you can pose that questions to, the other panelists. So, with that, let me invite Mr. Sony Jaws to, start the proceedings. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning, all of you, and a warm welcome to the plenary session 1 of CII MSME Finance Facilitation Drive. The session theme is financing scheme for MSMEs from the banking sector. This session is going to deliberate on the various financing schemes and offerings of banks to the MSME enterprises. As you are aware, MSMEs contribute 30% of India's GDP and more than 40% of India's exports. In terms of employment generation, MSMEs employ around 110 million people. So obviously, MSMEs are in an integral part of India's economy. But when we look at the credit availability for MSMEs, there is a lot of room for growth. There's a World Bank study which mentions that only 22% of credit availed by the MSME sector is from the organized sector. So that was pre-COVID, and now we are in the new normal. So obviously we need to look at what is in store in the new normal, from the banking space. So in that context, we have three eminent speakers who would be addressing us the gathering on varied finance schemes and revival packages offered by the banks. Each of the speaker will be given 20 minutes time to deliver their address, and post which there will be Q&A. So with this, I'm delighted to welcome the big daddy of Indian banking, State Bank of India representative, Mr. Dinesh Aru. Dinesh is Deputy General Manager, SME, State Bank of India, Trivandrum Circle. Welcome, Mr. Dinesh. To give a background of Mr. Dinesh, Dinesh is from the temple town of Udupi in Karnataka. He, as I mentioned, works as Deputy GM in SBI local head office, Trivandrum. And by qualification, Mr. Dinesh is a BCom, ICWA, CIIB. Mr. Dinesh joined SBI in 1985. During a period of 35 years in the banking, he has worked in various positions in Bangalore Circle, International Banking Group, Corporate Center Mumbai, and on a foreign assignment in New York. Mr. Arur is currently looking after the SME business portfolio of the bank, which works out to be something like 13,500 crore in the entire Kerala state. So that's about Mr. Dinesh. Over to you, Mr. Dinesh Arur.
Yeah. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning to all of you. Hello. Are you able to?
Yeah, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah. My PPT, are you able to see, sir?
Yes. Please go ahead.
Okay. So good morning to all of you. So it is a great opportunity to share with you our various products and what we are doing in State Bank of India. So all of you, say our senior panelists had already told about the importance of the MSMEs in Indian economy. As you know, so now, right now with the modification of MSME definition, it is expected that around 29% of the GDP will be contributed by these MSME units. So the employment currently around 11 crores employment are provided by these MSME units. And also the export, the contribution to exports is roughly around 50%. So currently it is around 40%. It is expected to contribute around 50% of the exports of India with the new definitions. So the government of India is taking a lot of, government of India, state government is taking a lot of interest in promoting MSME units. And with this background, they had changed the definition. Now, up to 250 crore turnover, the MSMEs we can finance under MSME sector. So the State Bank of India is, in Kerala and in all India, contributing a lot for promoting the MSME finance. So currently in Kerala, our market share is 15%. our MD has already told about the various initiatives taken by State Bank of India to finance the MSME units. So now with the pervasive transformations created by COVID-19 pandemic, it is very, very visible in the economy front. The major industry sectors have been severely affected, necessitating the new normal and convention to be practiced. Some of the industries like hospitality, personal mobility, automobile, oil and gas, steel, cement, healthcare, consumer goods, FMCG, IT sector, etc. These are all the industries are much affected during this COVID. And right from the small street vendor to the industry majors look forward only to the banking sector for the support to tide over the crisis. So this unique situation, largely perceived as a dampener, has in fact that triggered multifold credit needs from various players in the economy. So the introduction, for example, the introduction of digital products. So recently we have introduced the pre-approved business loans. Then the e-mudra. Mudra can be availed through the digital platform, and CLP, the contactless lending platform. All these are in fact becoming very handy during this pandemic situation. And we in the State Bank of India have revamped this SME delivery model in Kerala. So we have formed the 6 regional officers only to look after this SME business. Say we are having around 6 regional officers to take care of the SME business. These regional officers are headed by the assistant general managers, who is having a greater power. Up to 3 crores they can sanction, and at the module level they can sanction up to 5 crores. And these regional officers are supported by 103 relationship managers who will cater to the needs of the MSME customers. They are in close touch with the MSME customers and understand their the various issues and finance requirements, and thereby they try to help out the industry MSME units. And also we have the centralized processing centers to take care of the advances below 50 lakhs. So we are having around 24 CPCs, which are centralized processing cells, which are looking after these MSME advances. So to speed up the delivery, say our market share in SME advance is roughly around 23%. So, and we have a lot of customized products for the MSME and SME units. So the first, I would like to we are having number of products, but I would like to touch upon only some of the major products which will be useful for our MSME units. One is the electronic dealer finance schemes. So here this is the supply chain facilities. So here earlier all of you are aware the customers, the dealers, especially the petrol pump dealers, they used to take the draft. They used to go to the branch and get the draft, and that draft has to be handed over to the the truck driver, who in turn will deliver the petrol. So this process used to take a lot of time. So now they need not wait for the draft in the branches. They can straight away avail this facility through the electronic media. This is the hassle-free finance to the authorized dealers or stockists, distributors, and franchises of industry majors for purchase of inventory. We have entered into tie-up with the industry majors, so to facilitate the financing to dealers of various FMCG products, FMCG and other products. So as of now, we have the tie-up with the 270 major industry majors across all sectors and segments. This is one of the special feature of this product is here we are making the 100% finance, need-based finance. So in case of cash credit, that's working capital, we used to make 25% will be taken as a margin and 75% only will be done. Here it is not like that. Here the 100% finance will be eligible, and as far as the collateral is concerned, it can be covered under the collateral CGT MSC, or we are insisting for the the lower margin. The interest rate is better than the cash credit facilities here. So, and another important product is SBI asset-backed loan. Here against the properties, we are giving up to 60% of the realizable value, and here the manufacturing services, wholesale and retail traders, they can make use of these funds for build-up of the current assets and fixed assets needed for business purpose. And the margin is 25% margin will be insisted for the need-based, non-fund-based facilities, and the property offered should be complied with the SARFAESI. And this contactless lending platform. Now the customer can apply for loans through the contactless lending platform. This is up to 5 crores they can apply through this. And here he will upload the ITR, IT returns, and GST, the bank statements. Based on these, because this artificial intelligence and machine learning process, the limit will be calculated, and in principle approval will be given within 59 minutes. And the customer can approach the bank with this in principle approval and with the necessary documents. He has to approach the bank, approach the branch, and the branch can sanction this loan within 7 days. We have fixed the date of 7 days to disburse these loans. And e-Mudra also, that is up to 10 lakhs. The Mudra loan can be applied to this PSB platform, that is PSB loans sin59minutes.com /SBI. This is the State Bank of India platform. The marketplace, if you go to the marketplace, you can select the banks also. So this is the one facilities, they can apply through the contactless lending platform. So now, tied over this liquidity crunch, we have recently introduced the MSME for MSMEs, this SBI SME Gold Loan. Under this, we are giving up to 50 lakhs finances, and the rate of interest is very, very cheap, 7.25%. The rate of interest is linked to the EBLR. So now all interest rates are linked to the EBLR. All MSME accounts are linked to the interest rates are linked to the EBLR. So with the EBLR, the policy rate change can be passed on to the customers immediately. Earlier, when the rate of interest was linked to the MCLR, they need to wait for 1 year for the reset of the interest rate. Now it is not like that. So this is one of the SME gold loan. It's very, very cheaper. The interest rate is 7.25%, and we are not insisting for any balance sheet for this. The very simple assessment. They need to they need not provide any financial balance sheet or financials here. So, and another one is recently we had introduced on the bank day on the 1st of July, we had introduced pre-approved business loan. Here, those who are having the current account with the State Bank of India, they can get the loans up to 10 lakhs. The loan will be decided, the loan limit will be decided based on the credits in the past 12 months in his accounts, in his or her account. So based on the credits in the account, the loan limit will be fixed. The customer will be able to avail this loan by sitting at his home. There is no need for any manual intervention here. It's a zero collateral and digital sanction and digital disbursement here. This is one of the very good product. Even our MD sir is insisting on this product. So then again, the SME car loan, though the MSME units they can also avail the SME car loan for their partners or proprietors or their directors. So here also these the maximum 10% of the sanction limits we can give, the up to the maximum of 3 crores. The depending on the the amount, the margin will be fixed. It is a 7-year repayment. Then SBI Fleet Finance Scheme. This is for the finance new vehicles, the trucks, tankers, trailers, etc. For the the existing or new fleet operators with an experience of 2 years and having a vehicle of more than 10. So here the limit is maximum limit is 10 crores, and margin is depending upon the scoring model. The margin depends from 5% to 50%. So this is also it can be covered up to 1 crore can be covered under CGTMSC, and above 1 crore we are asking for the collateral. Advance against railways letter of credit. So we had tied up with the Indian Railways for issue of the LCs and discounting of these LCs. So this is very useful for the contractors of Indian Railways. So here the maximum we can go up to 50 crores with a minimum of 10 lakhs. This is the working capital limits against the LC issued by Indian Railways. And repayment on demand. This is the demand, that is one year period, and it can also be covered under the CGTMSC. For the new customers, the minimum collateral is 20%. So this is very useful, and it is very, the rate of interest is very cheaper here. The healthcare business loan, this is also for the medical practitioners, the doctors, then for their expansion and modernization of existing premises, we can give up to 20 crores here. So this is with the repayment of 10 years maximum, we can go up to 10 years. So here also scoring model, and the assessment is very, very simple assessment. So then trade finance products, we are also having the export products for the export customers, the export packing credit, reshipment credit, then the even advance against bills sent for collection, discounting of bills and receivables. Then even foreign currency loans also we are arranging from our foreign offices. So these are all the important products we can offer to the export customers, exporters or importers. And import finance, also import LCs we are issuing, standby line of credit we are issuing, traders credit, buyers credit, all these we are arranging for the export customers. So the pre-shipment credit is against the firm export orders, and say against their invoices we are giving. And the foreign currency loans also, it is very cheaper, it comes around 7.25 to 7.5%. So those who are already having the limits, they can carve their portion of the advances for availing the loans in foreign currency. These are all negotiation of the bills and all I had already talked about. Then now we have the digital product, that is a business. All of you are aware that the product for the individual customers, say through that they can do all transactions. They can do the cash withdrawals, they can do without ATM cards. So, and they can view their transactions, and they can purchase, they can do the e-commerce transactions. A lot of facilities are there. Like that, we have introduced this for the business customers also. So here the internet banking they can avail, and they can avail the LC through this e-trade facilities. So by sitting in their office, they can apply for the LCs, foreign LCs, and they get the LCs through this mode. And even forex transaction they can do, and cash management product they can do through this businesses. I request all of our SME and MSME customers and non-customers also, they can go to this portal and verify how it functions. And during the COVID period, we have launched this. COVID is really, made the bankers to innovate in various products. We have during this period, terms of the guidelines of the government of India and the state government, we have introduced a lot of products. So one is the CCECL, and this is the COVID emergency credit line, and then the ECLGS, that is emergency credit guarantee scheme. Under that, we had given up to 20% of the outstanding as on 29th of February. So, and the reassessment of the limit made liberalized working capital assessment, and we had increased the margin. We have, decreased the margin, and this 33, this earlier the margin is very high, but we had reduced that margin during this COVID period. And even the credit period in case of supply chain, the dealers, electronic dealer financing, we had increased it up to 90 days. Otherwise, it is only 15 days period. So we have introduced a lot of products, and as our MD sir already told, we had sanctioned roughly around 24,000. The ECLGS, GECL, under GECL we had sanctioned, and roughly around 1,100 crores we had sanctioned. These guarantees emergency credit line. I request the MSME customers to avail these, because the 31st October is the deadline for availing this, and those who are not availed, please approach the banks and avail these. This is up to 20%, as I already told, 25 up to 20% the banks can give. And the other major products like the simple, there are a lot of products. Because the time is very short, I will not be able to cover in detail. Say you can access our site and you can have that detail. Two products here: simplified small business loan. The simplified small business loan here, based on the current account transaction, we are making the assessment, and without insisting for the balance sheets. So, and another product is open term loan. Those who are having the working capital, they can avail the open term loan. Under this, say we are fixing the limit. Otherwise, he need to approach the bank for each and every purchase of machinery or vehicles. He has to approach each and every time. He has to approach the bank. Instead, the term loan limit will be fixed. The customer can avail at any time within that limit. There is open term loan. It is called as. So we are having various government sponsored schemes. All of you are aware that E-Mudra, this is one of the important products. The E-Mudra up to 50,000 without the intervention of the bank, the customers can avail. So any customers, say they can avail through this portal, and collateral free loans up to 2 crores can be covered under trade guarantee scheme. So we are not insisting for any collateral. And Stand Up India, this is for the women entrepreneurs for setting up of the women or SC/ST entrepreneurs for setting up of the new venture greenfield projects. And Norkarus, this I would like to point out, because with the collaboration of the state government, we have introduced the ND Prem, one product we had introduced. Under this, up to 30 lakhs project cost, the bank can give up to 80% of the project cost. The bank can lend. And the government of Kerala is offering the subsidy of 15% and the interest subvention of 3%. Now I request our DGM Digital Banking to make the Madam Usha Shankar. She will tell about the digital products and the current accounts. We will finish it up within another 5 years.
Good morning, everyone. I am Usha Shankar. I am DGM Digital Banking for State Bank of India in Kerala. As the time is very short, I am not taking a lot of time. Only thing is that we have a lot of products which are helpful to the MSME clients. So usually, probably what happened, I think SBI is slightly low on marketing side. So many people may not be aware that so many products are available with us, and the quality of the product, you can say the best available with SBI. So we have solutions for your receipts from the customers. We have solution for your payments to the customers. We have solution for various kinds of current accounts. So I would request my team member, Mr. Shaji, to make the presentation in a very short way.
Good morning, everyone. Current account, we have the best product in the market. comparable or better than any of the new generation bank products in the category, in the respective category. As you can see from the slides, because time is short, we are not elaborating. We have four major variants: regular, gold, diamond, and platinum. Okay, you can see that our product Platinum is one of the best in the market. Actually, you are getting everything absolutely free. You can see on the last column, unlimited, free, and all those things. And you can compare with any of the similar products of any other bank, and you can satisfy yourself from our website, their website, and all the things. Some of the items are already free. And now we have the state-of-the-art products for digital collection solutions. You can see from the screen, we have paper-based solutions and electronic collection solutions. I will just read out the names and details you can see from our website, and we are giving our email at the end of the slide. We have cash collection, that means cash pickup at the best of the rates, and check and DD collections. And we have a collection solution which have the pre-upload facility like Power Jodi and Easy Collect. And when coming to the electronic side, we have mandate-based collections, virtual account number-based collections, e-collections. Then we have a remittance with the real-time MIS solution through mobile and other things called Digi Dealer application. Then for managing your liquidity and interest rate, interest cost, etc., we have a liquidity management solution. Then our traditional products like POS, multi-option, acceptance device, MOPAC. Then higher-end collection solutions like ePay. We are the only bank with aggregator and payment gateway solutions in India. ePay, SBI ePay. Then multi-option payment system. It is also an alternative to ePay. Then we have the UPI-based QR, which can be generated just in a matter of 1 or 2 minutes from any branch nearby. And we have, similarly, we have payment solutions on the paper-based side. It is dividend warrants, then corporate check, payable at par, centralized printing, and client location printing, then demand drafts. On the electronic side, we have SBI Fast Plus bulk payment for NEFT, RTGS, DCR, etc. Then the platform corporate internet banking, now called Yono Business, and its mobile version, corporate Yono solution. Earlier it was called Anywhere Corporate. Then we have prepaid card solution in bulk model and everything. Debit, if any of the customer wants to give a gift card in bulk or other prepaid card, we can give it. Then co-branded debit cards also possible. We have NCMC card solution. In fact, our SBI card is now in NCMC platform. Also the gift card, achiever card, and obviously the foreign travel card. As the time is very short, we are just giving the names only. You can contact our website, browse through the website and contact the respective emails. We have uploaded everything in the our stall in the exhibition. Thank you all.
So thank you very much, Mr. Dinesh and the SBI team. It was a very wonderful presentation and a lot of insights and very enlightening session. In fact, it looks like that you have covered every segment of customers. So thank you very much. Now let me move on to Mr. Ratish, who represents Federal Bank.
Oh, yeah. Hello. Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, Dinesh.
Yeah, our CGM would like to address his IDs.
Okay.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Sure.
May I come in? May I come in? I'm Emil Das, CGM SME, State Bank of India.
Yeah, please go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Good morning to all of you. At the outset, let me thank CII for organizing such a wonderful meet. In fact, morning session, we have learned so many things from the distinguished speakers. Our presentation, they have already showed. Just a couple of points I wanted to mention. That this for the year 2020-21, State Bank of India is celebrating as SBI for MSME. So there is a lot of focus on MSME for this year. We have already restructured our structure for the delivery platforms for the MSME. And for that, we have created 6 AGM SMEs, regional offices, 41 SME intensive branches where only the MSME and SME customers will be dealt with. No other customer will be there. 103 RM SMEs who will look after the advances of 50 lakhs and above. Below 50 lakhs, we have 29 CPCs and 10 RACCs we have created. As they have already explained to you, there is a lot of focus on the digitization so that people don't have to come to the bank, and sitting at home or office, they can do all these transactions. So in that case, they have already mentioned this PSP loan in 59minutes.com. Any customer can log in and they can get their loan sanctioned. Then we are coming up with e-Mudra loans, whereby customer Mudra loan aspirants can apply and get it totally digitized without any manual intervention. And they can get the sanction as well as the disbursement. Then PABL is one area for the current account, those customers who are maintaining the current accounts. So they will get the automatic loan. Without asking for it, their name will come and we will invite them that if you want to have a loan, please loan with us. So that is why all these current accounts which our team has mentioned earlier, that is very, very important. If you start your transactions with a current account, the chances are that bank will offer you instead of you coming to the bank for the loan. YONO business loans we are coming up with, whereby there is a YONO platform on which all the MSME transactions will happen. SME gold loan, they have already emphasized. At 7.25%, we are giving a SME loan for restarting their business, or even for the margin money. Even margin money for the home loan also can be taken from the gold loans. Co-ordination model in the morning session, our MD has already emphasized that since we want to reach to the last mile, and we are basically banking on our MSME customers to come up with. So we are going ahead with the co-ordination model. So all the NBFCs who are in the market, they can approach us and we can have a coordination model with this. Last but not the least, this restructuring of loans. A number of our customers are facing this COVID pandemic and they want their loan to be restructured. So State Bank of India is inviting them to approach us. We can restructure their loans so that they can tide over this COVID period, as well as if they have any kind of inconvenience regarding this assessment of loans and all, we have come up with a lot of schemes through which they can avail our facilities. So I must thank CII, especially John Muthot and his team for organizing such a wonderful function. And from my side, all the best to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Das. We've overshot, I think some 16 minutes. Thank you very much, the SBI team. Now let me, hello.
For a minute, I think.
Okay.
No, I didn't hear anything. Mr. Soni?
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay. Shall I start or?
My video is gone.
Yeah, Ms. Soni, I think your connection was lost for a moment. I think next speaker is Mr. Radish. Request Mr. Radish to please proceed. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning to all the fellow panelists and all those who are attending this conference. First of all, thanks CII for this opportunity, and I'm happy to represent my bank, Federal Bank, who is a leading player in SME lending, not in but across the country. And also, I'm happy that I'm participating in a conference which is very much relevant nowadays. The financing option for in the new normal. All of us know this new normal, or rather, I will put it in such a way that all of us are not aware of this new normal. It's a complex jargon wherein we don't know what is the definition or what is the norms in the new normal, or rather we doubt whether the new normalcy has been achieved or not. Still, many of the MSME units are facing in liquidity crunch, in the getting sufficient workforce, etc. And the survey report shows that there is a disruption caused by COVID-19 pandemic impacting SME in its earning by 20 to 50% in their earnings. And mostly affected is the micro and small units due to the liquidity crunch. So our bank cannot also stand and be a mere spectator in supporting the MSME. And being a major player, as I said, we are having 22,000 plus crores across the country, of which 46% being lent in the state of Kerala, being a prominent player, and of which this 46%, more than 62% to the MSME category, and that category being mostly affected also. Now we have, as the SBI, Mr. Dinesh Arur has pointed out, we have many products, vanilla products, fine-tuned, customized geography, specific segments like the term loans, the export finance, the commercial vehicle, construction equipments, inventory funding, gold loan. We are participating in TREDS, bill discounting, non-funded limits like BGLC. All these products are customized and being christened in different names, which are deployed across the country in different names, catering to the different segments and communities. So I am not going detail into that products, because for the esteemed customers who are banking with Federal Bank are well versed that all of the products which are given by all other banks are available in our bank also, and being enjoyed by many of the customers. So I will specifically talk about the support mechanisms and the participation of the government schemes which have been recently launched in order to support the MSME segment. Government of India, as all of you are aware, Ministry of Finance has announced the Atmanirbhar package. Several packages in this Atmanirbhar to revive the affected MSME segment through various schemes. I'll go one by one, and how it has been implemented in Federal Bank. I will just in a couple of sentences I'll explain that also. First of all, as in the SBI presentation, it was shown the GECL, which was a key support loan given to all business units, not MSME alone, 20% of the outstanding as on February 29th. We also participated in that. Initially, it has been offered to units having up to 25 crores outstanding balance and 100 crores of turnover. But later on, due to maybe from various requests, it has been increased to 50 crores of balance outstanding and 150 crores of turnover. So we are also participating, as I said, and we have given almost 900 crores in the state of Kerala and covered more than 60% of the. How we have done that is to minimize the hassles or to maximize the easiness of delivery of the product. We have given it as a pre-approved loan and has launched it as a digital product so that the customers can easily avail that with minimum documentation and in a period of 15 minutes from the branches. That has enabled us to disburse that 900 crores or more than 60% of the eligible universe in Kerala in a short span of 3 months. And also the customers also have appreciated the method of delivery of the product, which is very much required in the needy time for those customers. That is how. Now my request to all the business community who have assembled here that the time for the GECL scheme is only up to 31st October. Otherwise, unless otherwise the government extends the scheme. If you have not availed and if you find that interesting and genuinely in requirement, I suggest those customers who are eligible can reach out to their branches where they have the account and avail the loan. And the eligibility list is with the branches with as a pre-approved loan, as I said earlier. This loan facility, I need not elaborate on that. It has got 48 months of repayment, 12 months holiday period. Those kind of framework is already been built in the scheme. Now, the second one is a subordinate debt, which is for the stressed community, which we have started rolling out and in discussion with many of the customers who this and finding out the eligibility. This is predominantly for the stressed account, as I said, for the equity infusion. While restructuring, maybe the loan require equity infusion by the promoter, and for that, the promoter is given a loan, maybe up to 10 years of loan, 7 years holiday period, up to 75 lakhs, confining to 15% of the promoter's equity. That is already rolled out, but we are in the process of bringing in the clarity of many things in that particular scheme. Now, the third one is the restructuring of MSME up to 25 crores, which the government, the RBI has announced recently. Now, I would suggest all business community people here that they an opportunity and find out the genuineness of that requirement and go for restructuring. That will be a win-win situation for the bank and also the customer. If they find that the pandemic has caused disruptions in their business activities, and that can be revived if there is an extension of period, maybe more of a financing is required. Those kind of a restructuring which is allowed by RBI, which will be benefited for the MSME community, which is up to 25 crores balance, 25 crores balance outstanding. This is only up to 31st March. and all accounts which were standard as on 1/3/2020 are eligible for this. And even if the account has become NPA after that, they are eligible for the restructuring. So my request here is to assess your own. You are the best people to assess your own business, and if you find that a little bit of a restructuring or additional finance or some sort of extending the period or converting a portion of the working capital to a term loan for easy payment, such kind of a restructuring in any model, you can have a discussion with the representative in the branches, which will be validated by our credit team and find out the viability and help you and support you in restructuring if at all it is required. That is a third activity which we have been also participating in this new normal. The fourth one is the FITL, which has been announced by the RBI and Government of Finance to have the interest portion of the moratorium period be converted as a term loan payable up to March 31st, 2020, which we have, as I said, in the case of GCL, we have made it as a pre-approved loan and started delivering it from the 4th of September. Soon after the moratorium is over, from 4th of September, we have started disbursing it, and many of the working capital customers, otherwise fully drawn in their account, who could not draw any amount for their activities, many of them have availed this and credited to the working capital so that they have sufficient drawing amount available in the working capital. We have disbursed in a short span of more than 50 crores. Many of the customers have expressed their gratitude in extending this facility in a fast and an easy manner. So it is still open. You can avail the loan and as a FITL and make yourself available, the working capital available for the business activity. It can be availed up to 31st March. No point in taking in the month of March because it is repayable up to March. That is a framework put by the RBI. So we can't give you a extended period unless otherwise the RBI extends the period. So I would suggest the business community, if at all they require that, you can avail the loan at the early so that you get sufficient EMIs to repay the loan. And about the moratorium, to support the MSME, we have extended moratorium to all the customers, all the eligible customers. We have made an opt-out option. We have given the opt-out option for the customers. That means for every customers we have given the moratorium, unless otherwise the customer opt-outs and say that I don't want the moratorium. 26% of our business community, MSME customers have opted out from moratorium and they have remitted their EMIs, and also the working capital interest portions were also credited. Even though 74% of our MSME customers have availed the moratorium, out of that, more than 30-35% of the customers, even though availed moratorium or they have not opted out of moratorium, they started remitting EMI and also having sufficient operations in the working capital, having sufficient credits to cover the interest which have been debited during the moratorium period also, either by way of FITL or by way of GCL or from their own business activities. In net, we have a moratorium customer of nearly 40-42%. So by that way also we have supported the MSME community, giving moratorium without even the customer asking, and also supporting them with, as I said, with the above schemes GCL and FITL, so that there is minimum disruption in their business activity. One last point which I would like to tell all the business communities that the MSME classification itself has changed from July 1st onwards. All of you must be aware of that. I request everyone to have the MSME registration in the Udyam registration portal so that in future, whatever benefits, whatever support mechanisms, whatever schemes announced by the RBI or by the Ministry of Finance or by Ministry of the MSME, that will be extended to those customers the correct classification given by the Ministry of MSME. Earlier, the MSME classification is being done by the banks themselves based on a criteria specified by the MSME, the Ministry of MSME. But now the onus of classification is fully with the Ministry of MSME, and they issue a registration certificate when you do a registration in the Udyam portal. A Udyam registration certificate based on which the banks need to classify the accounts as MSME. Only MSME, the external benchmarks are extended in many of the banks, and also to continue with the external benchmarks like the repo, wherein the SBI told that the repo, whenever the repo changes, the interest rate also changes, unlike the MCLR. So to get those kind of facilities, the interest rate reductions, number one. Number two, the SIDB refinance. Number three, the interest subventions, etc. I suggest everyone to register in the MSME portal and prove yourself that it is an MSME unit and give the certificate to the branches. Now, if you see closely, the MSME classification has been liberalized. Up to 250 crores turnover and 50 crores of plant and machinery can be classified as MSME and avail these facilities. These are the points which I would like to share. Other than the products which I said mostly available in our bank, which everyone must be knowing, it's available in the websites also. We have been, as I said, we have been extending the MSME community support as and when they require, and in the manner which they require also. We will continue to do that. Once again, I thank CII for giving the opportunity, and we will continue to support the MSME. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ritesh. Wonderful, insight. In fact, you covered everything what MSME should be looking forward in this trying time. Especially explaining, in terms of the support that a bank can give. So thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Srikutan, Senior Manager, SME Sulabh, Canara Bank. To give a background of Srikutan, he's a BTech with a 3 years experience in banking software testing under database administrative module, and a 7.5 years bank experience, in various cadres like officer, manager, senior manager in MSME credit processing. Mr. Srikutan started his career as a test engineer in Infosys in September 2010. Thereafter, he joined Canara Bank as a credit operations officer in June 2020. He currently holds the position of senior manager, SME Sulabh, Canara Bank. So over to you, Mr. Srikutan.
Thank you. Good afternoon all. Myself, Srikutan, representing Canara Bank, and I work as senior manager of SME Sulabh, which is attached to the circle office Trivandrum, who takes care of the entire MSME portfolio of Canara Bank in the state of Kerala. Now, actually, I presume that we have people from, that is, entrepreneurs from all over Kerala, that from different fields of the industry, and we have bankers on one side as eminent speakers. We saw from SBI and Federal Bank, which showcased extremely well presented items on the various products offered, various schemes available for the MSME units as such. Now, as Mr. Radish told, and not touching upon the product side of MSME that is being offered by Canara Bank to the customers, because the products are tailor-made across the banking industry, because the type of industry is same. So there is I feel there is since we have a cross-section of industrialists as participants in this one, so my intention is that to have our bankers' perspective or our requirements in the new normal that is going forward, because we are going through a transition stage, because we have not yet achieved the normalcy that is supposed to be happening in the near future. It is still under the normal, it's in its journey that we are going to achieve. So the industrialist, that is the entrepreneurs, the MSME units, first they should be ready to adopt to the new normal. That is, they should check upon themselves. That is, they should introspect their own business models, because we saw how the industries across the globe as such has been affected by this COVID-19 pandemic. So every industry, because we saw each industry has been affected in their own way, their own industry specific way, because the kind of impact that has happened in the entertainment industry is not the same kind of impact that has happened to the manufacturing industry, the service industry, the healthcare industry, the FMCG industry. The impact or the depth of impact has been different for different industries. So my appeal would be as a banker to these industries that they should introspect their business models in the new normal that is created by this pandemic. They should have an idea, okay, when such kind of scenario happens in the future, or if this is going to be the new normal, this situation is going to be continued in the future also. What are the changes that I have to make in my business model so that I can ensure sustainability of my business model, of my unit? So that is the kind of introspection that units have to make. If you ask me what are the kind of aspects that a unit has to check upon themselves, is that there is one common thing that is applicable to everywhere, is that the digitization. Because now banking industry is in a faster pace, tilting towards the digitization. By the term digitization, I would not mean the old school thing of online banking, mobile banking, card payments, because those things are gone, because those things were the normal in the previous. Now we are stepping into a new age of digitization, where credit dispensation, disbursement, follow-up, monitoring, everything will be digitized. So banks are in the process of digitizing their own processes relating to credit dispensation and its follow-up, everything. So the industries should also be in readiness for their digitization of their products and processes. In this journey, the main hiccups that are going to happen for these industries is the cash flow. So banks as a whole will be looking forward to fund those gaps which need to be filled by the banks in the process of digitization by the units. So I will check that. I will tell you a small example on this, is that now there is a kind of specific kind of product that is available to almost all the banks, is based on the GST turnover. We at Canara Bank also we have this particular product wherein we fund 25% of turnover passed on by the unit by way of GST. So that is one kind of very simple technique that is used by almost all banks. There is no deep analysis, there is no rocket science technology involved in the assessment of that. You post 25, you post say 100 lakhs of GST turnover, we will fund you 25 lakhs. It's as simple as that. So those kind of tailor-made products, those kind of thumb rules products are going to get evolved in the near future by the banks, from the banks. So the industries as a whole, industries should be in readiness to equip themselves for this kind of, starting or tilting their business models in such a way that they digitizes their products and they digitizes their processes, everything. Because nowadays banking from credit angle is not about services anymore. It's about products. Because banking as a model of services is, banks are not offering that to a customer directly. It's the product that banks are offering to the customers. It's for the customer to pick which product I need, which product I would require to enrich my business, to enhance my business. By availing this product, banks are actually servicing the customers. So primarily now it's for the banks to offer new products. So industries should be in readiness to digitize their processes and projects. In that, you need to have discussions with your banker. Whatever may be your banker, whoever may be your banker, you need to discuss with the banks that, okay, I am going to change my business model in such a way that I am going to digitize these things, and I am going to incur this much of expenditure and this much of manpower requirement is there. So many things are going to happen. In what way bank can help me in my transition towards digitization? So that is a kind of interaction that should happen from the side of industrialists, from the side of businessmen, from the side of entrepreneurs. You need to interact more with the banker and tell openly about the requirements that you have. And government themselves have offered so much of projects, so much of schemes as part of Atmanirbhar Bharat, which all the banks across India are implementing for their customers. So there is no breadth of schemes that is available for the betterment of or for the revival of the units in this COVID-19, amidst this COVID-19 pandemic. Now, when we talk about the near future, the things will change very drastically because credit cost will go up, disbursal will be a little bit slow down. So banks will be having very much in requirement of disposing of their credit. So it's up to the units to start exploring new business models so that their sustainability is ensured. In this process, I'm very much sure that banks will be very much happy to extend their products, or they can even develop new products based on the new business models of industries across India. So my presumption is that digitization is going to be the new basement for the new normal. So almost all industries, because we saw now among the MNCs like software industries, only less than 10% or even less than 5% of people or employees were working on physically sitting in the software industry offices. Almost 90% of the workforce were sitting at home. That is, the concept of work from home, WFH, was used extensively by the software field, and in doing so, they had the basic infrastructure readily available for this one. So industries, MSME units should also look for the alternative business models that will ensure their sustainability in the future for tackling COVID-19 pandemic or any kind of pandemic that may happen in the future. Now, my next point will be like while going to digitize things, there are the compliance part also to be taken care from the banking side. See, submission of balance sheet, submission of GST returns, submission of stock statements, submission of feedback statements, everything. So, what banks would look forward in the coming future is that banks will require units to submit all these things online. So banks are in their process for getting these statements or getting the feedback statements, everything through online. So unless otherwise the industries or the MSME units are prepared in tune or in line with the requirements of bank, it will be very difficult to avail the or to have the full-fledged availment of banking services and banking products that is being offered by the banks to the MSME customers. So there is, as I told earlier, there is no breadth of schemes, there is no breadth of relief packages, there is no breadth of any kind of assistance that is available, that is not available in the banking industry. Everything is at your disposal for the MSME units to take. All that you need to have is to adapt to the new normal, to adapt to the new requirements or the new mode of requirements that is being sought by the banks. And if banks and the units go hand in hand or in tandem, we can build a better MSME portfolio, and our GDP will be back in force, our GDP will be back in track, so that everything will be as good as that we were in the old normal, and we will step into the new normal with much hope and expectations that everything will be smoother and even better in the new normal. I thank CII for giving me this opportunity, and I thank my bank to giving me this opportunity to represent my bank in this wonderful event. I extend my thanks to the organizers of CII, and I wish everybody all the best in the new normal. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Kulkarni. It was wonderful. In fact, what I have noticed is that three of the banks have given three different perspectives on the same MSME segment. You have, brought out what is the requirement that is expected by the bank from customers for digitalization. Thank you. We are now moving to the question and answer session. So participants who want to raise a question can ask. So the floor is open. Participants, three of the banks have presented, on various schemes that is available from the banks, as well as the support schemes that's available, and also the need for digitization in the current, new normal. So anybody who wants to, raise a questions, please, this is the time. participants, as you're aware, there is a Government of India scheme which is announced as the emergency credit line, as well as a lot of other schemes available, which all the three banks have explained. So, if you want to know anything more about a specific scheme, this is the time. All the three bankers are here. Sorry.
Hello. Hello. Yes, sir. Hello. Shine Thomas aside, sir.
Yeah.
So there is no question in the chat box, as we can see. Sir, you can have a conversation, sir, if possible, with the other panelists regarding their topics and the chat box. There are
Yeah.
questions. Yeah.
So, yeah, so from SBI, in fact, a whole lot of products have been, actually, what I mentioned earlier also that, SBI has, looks like has covered every segment of customer segments, but the response from the market, if SBI wants to throw some light on that, after to address this in terms of how the response of the order flows.
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah,
Are
Dinesh,
you
please
able
go
to
ahead.
hear me?
Yeah.
Able to hear me, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah. Say regarding the restructuring, the response, the people will have to come up because we are targeting roughly around 15 to 20,000 restructuring. Okay. So hardly we could do so far 333. We have been contacting the customers. The people are the entrepreneurs, they should come up for restructure, and it is an opportunity for them to keep their books intact. So say that is a one area the people should come up. And in respect of the GECL, so the 94% disbursement we have done, but still there are 6% pending. So this is the mainly the smaller segment, smaller customers. They are little bit hesitant to avail these. They need to come up and avail these facilities. Maybe because the documentation, the stamp duty, maybe roughly around 500 to 1,000 rupees stamp duty. Maybe because of that they are not coming up. That is the one thing. And regarding the gold loan, yes, it is picking up. So far, we had sanctioned. That is, I'm telling about the SME gold loan, not about the other PAR segment. PAR segment, we are doing extremely well. So the gold loan, this is recently introduced on 1st of July. Say, so far we could sanction 395. This is one product which will become very handy to address their liquidity issues. So that's also the entrepreneurs can make use of this product. And the other products like the digital product, as my friend Mr. Srikutan told, the digital product, the awareness, I think probably we need to create more awareness about these products. Even though the e-mudra, for example, say the facility is available, they can avail up to 50,000 without coming to the bank now. But the product penetration is very, very low. Say we have been pushing our branches to educate the customers to avail this product. The customers, should learn how to avail these facilities and all. So, despite the lot of push from our side, hardly daily 5 or 6 people are availing this product. The small vendors is very, very useful. Even recently the government has introduced, with the help of government, with the guidelines of the government, we had introduced this street vendors, Swanidhi, the PM Swanidhi product.
Yeah.
Say that is also up to 10,000 street vendors can easily avail that. So without the intervention of the bank branches. So these are all the products. They should also make use of these. That's what my request. Even I'm telling about the LCs, foreign LCs. They can, by sitting, or inland LCs, they can avail this facility by sitting at their offices. But somehow the people should be a little bit tech savvy, or a little bit they should, I don't know, they may be sometimes that's, if the CEOs are little bit aged or something, they are a little bit hesitant to avail these facilities, corporate internet banking and all. These very, very convenient products. It saves a lot of time for them. They can concentrate on their marketing also, like us. They can concentrate on product innovations. These are all things. You'd like to add anything? Okay. So this is what my view. Say penetration is yet to pick up. This yet to improve. So,
so we look at I'm expecting that. So there is which is basically Federal Bank is to my understanding is one of the most pulse. In Europe, the impact so far has been, and how has been the recovery? If you can throw some light on that, Mr.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Asmi. As in the case of the country, as I told in my panel discussion, about 25 to 50% of units are facing liquidity crunch and also facing difficulties. The same is applicable in Kerala also, but a little bit more in certain sectors like tourism, where you must be in Kerala have a higher dependence on the tourism sector, and certain other categories also, like the auto industry. So it's like that. More than India, the Kerala economy has been affected due to this pandemic, and also many of the financiers and banks have come up with the support for the MSME. But I would agree with Srikutan, who have told that there has to be certain credit discipline to be shown by many of the MSME units on the products, number one. Number two, they should be aware of the facilities which have been provided by the government, either the government of Kerala or by the government of India, for supporting the MSME. See, evident from what Dinesh was saying, many of the units are not, or many of the promoters are not aware of the facilities, even the restructuring facility, even the GECL. In Federal Bank case also, many of the customers, even though we have reached out all the customers through SMS, through emails, through branches, many of the customers are a little bit skeptical in availing the loan. But I would suggest those facilities which can tide over the short-term problems and also to revive the economy. They have to have a thinking. And the earlier panel also I have told the promoters are the best people to assess their own business, their own requirements, and their own cash flow also. So based on the cash flow which is going to be generated in future, they'll be knowing the demands which are going to come. What are the changes which has happened in the economy? What will be the demand? What will be the effect of keeping the inventory? All those things they are more aware than the bankers. So they themselves should have an assessment and take a decision and to avail these support facilities. And to coming to your question, the revival we are seeing, April has been, if you take the dispersals, fresh dispersals as an indication of the economy as a whole, seen as a banker, April has been the worst. After that, it started improving month over month. And if you ask me, in the month of September, which has completed a full month, it has come back to almost 60 to 70% of the pre-COVID time. So my feeling is that the worst is over, but it doesn't mean that the complete problems are over, but it is reviving. Let us hope that it becomes completely revived in a short span of another 2 to 3 months. Q3, maybe we will see about 80% of the earlier pre-COVID situation, and in Q4, I think we will be having the same situation before the COVID. That's what my feeling is.
Sure. Thank you. One question to Sriku. There's a general saying that COVID is actually driving digitization instead of the technology itself. Requirement. So can you hear me? Yeah. So my question was, have you seen a spike in Canara Bank post this COVID? Well, the
Sorry,
last.
I didn't get your question actually. There was some network error. Can you please come again?
Yeah. So the question was, where people are restricted to more food, and we are also talking about kind of a banking. So have you seen a spike in transactions digitally?
Yes, actually, we have among our customers, we at circle office level, we have some kind of FMCG units here. Though they were conventionally following some old business models like supplying items, they are collecting cash, remitting at the branches, those things. They were actually dealers. So when this COVID-19 pandemic arose, actually they were in requirement of POS machines, and they required this UPI, everything for their cash collection requirements. But I feel those things should have been implemented by these units much before, like 1 year or 2 year back. Then they would not have been in such not there. They had their own backup facilities, but these things, I think, among the MSME units, I feel they are very slow in adapting to these digital offerings by the banks. Actually, that's what I said. These units, these entrepreneurs need to interact with the bankers more about their requirement. In fact, there is a surge in digital transactions happen because among our customers also we can see people are using UPI, POS more. That is so as to alleviate the physical interaction. But I feel it is not up to the required level that bankers would expect from MSME units, because then only we will be able to assess them a little bit more. We require digitization to happen in a faster manner and in a deeper manner.
Yeah. Thank you, Srikutan. I think this is bringing to the closure of the session. So I thank the speakers as well as the participants, for the participation. I thank the CII Kerala State Council for the opportunity. On behalf of ISAF Small Finance Bank, I thank the CII Kerala State Council for giving the bank this opportunity. Thank you all. The next session starts at 2 p.m. So participants can join back at 2 p.m. Thank you very much. Good day.
Thank you very much for giving an opportunity for making the presentation and participating in the panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shane Thomas also, and
Thank you,
CII
sir.
and Mr.
Thank
Jose.
you. Thank you all the panelists for taking the time from your busy schedule and attending this session. It was really a very enriching and enlightening address from all the panelists. Thank you so much. Hello.
Shine?
Hello. Yes, I'm there. Hello.
Yeah, Shine. The other speakers, I noticed that Mr. Vinod Reddy has joined. What about the rest of the speakers?
Yes, I've called them, sir. I'll just tell them to join immediately.
Okay.
Hi, John. Hi, John. Able to hear me?
Yes, Mr. Vinod. Thank you
Yeah.
so much for joining in. Your audio is clear.
Audio is clear?
Yeah, video is also coming all right.
Yeah, just wanted a confirmation. Yeah.
Sure, no problem. Would you be sharing any presentation, Mr. Vinod, or would you be talking extempo?
We just through a note, I have a prepared note. I'll be talking.
Okay, no problem, no problem. Thank you. So we are just getting other panelists also online.
No. Yeah.
So we'll start off exactly at 2 o'clock, Vishwa.
Yeah, not an issue. Yeah. Thanks, John.
Thank you. Mr. Jijo? Yeah, I can see you, but I think you are on mute.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it is coming all right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining in. So we are scheduled to start at 2 o'clock. So we are waiting for other panelists also to join us.
Yeah.
We'll begin at 2 o'clock, Mr. Jijo.
Yeah.
Just wanted to clarify, do you have a presentation which you would be making, or you would be speaking extrambo? No, I was asking whether you have a PPT presentation, PowerPoint presentation.
Actually, no. I'm just speaking with exam.
Okay, fine. No problem. So I'll request if you can just wait for others to also join in, and then we'll start off at 2 o'clock. Yeah, Mr. Srinath has joined. So Vice Chairman, good afternoon. Welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon, John. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
So, how was the two sessions, inaugural session and the first session?
It went off really well, so we have about 570 participants as of now who has joined.
Okay.
And we are also live streaming it through YouTube, as I mentioned.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
So
we will start at 2 or?
We will start at. So I'm just. I was actually looking at the number. So right now the number is showing 588. So it is actually on increase. So I think Mr. Ranjan Sridharan has also joined. Mr. Ranjan, can you unmute and speak, please?
Yeah, Mr. Ranjan Sridharan, no, his audio is not connected, I think.
Sir, we are unable to hear you, sir. You have been unmuted, but sir, you are on mute now. The voice is not coming, sir. I can see you, but voice is not working.
Maybe some technical issue is there.
Maybe you would want to log out and then rejoin once again. Yeah. Mr. Sevi Cherian, welcome. Would you want to check your audio, sir, once before we start off?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Perfect.
Yeah.
Mr. Cherian, would you do you have a PowerPoint presentation, or would you be?
Yeah, I have.
Would you want to test it once? Would you want to share and test it?
Yeah, I would like to share that one, but
Yeah.
that accessibility should be given, na?
Just a second. Saji, can you confirm that access has been given?
It's given. It is given, John.
Yeah, it's with you, Sebi. Mr. Sebi. I can see your screen now.
Yeah. Can you hear? Can you see that one?
Yes, very much.
Yeah.
So for the time being, maybe you could close it so that as and when your turn comes, you can open. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Ranjan has rejoined. Mr. Ranjan.
So members from all the partnering associations are joined, right, John?
That's right. That's right. We have, we have about 7 to 8 industry associations, sectoral association was partnering with us. They are also on board.
Great.
Mr. Ranjan, you are still on mute. I think he's facing some broadband connectivity issue.
Now his audio is enabled now.
Correct. The audio is enabled. Yeah. You have to unmute and speak.
That's all. John, in fact, I had a lot of appreciation about the CII Hive platform. In fact, with any other online exhibition and conference platform, it stands ahead.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, people are benefiting, especially for this program. That's the reason we are seeing the surge of participants right from the morning itself. I meant to speak to exhibitors, but by evening we'll get an exact statistics in terms of what has been the business visitors for each of the stall. So it gives you correct analysis in terms of who all visited, what time they visited, and what kind of a B2B meeting they had.
Okay.
So the platform is really appreciated. In fact, we are getting calls from other associations for availing the platform. So hopefully we will soon extend it to other associations as well.
So it has become a virtual conference venue. Good. No, in fact, actually, within a short span of time, the CII developed it.
Yeah. I think if Mr. Ranjan is facing issue, probably he would. We can assume that he would resolve it in as we go along. Maybe we'll start off. It's already time. So thank you so much, all the panelists. I can see all of you have joined on time, well ahead of time, I would say. So as Vice Chairman was indicating, this is a program which we are doing for the benefit of MSME sector. And to chair this session, particularly we have Mr. Srinath Vishnu with us. Mr. Srinath, as you would know, is a vice chairman of CII Kerala and is also the executive director of Brahmin. So with that, I would request Mr. Srinath to take us through the proceedings of the program. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, John. Hope my voice is audible.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yeah. So a very good afternoon to all of you. At the outset, I take this opportunity to welcome all of you for the plenary session 2 of the CII MSME Finance Facilitation Drive. So I take this occasion to congratulate the CII Secretariat and Finance panel for coordinating such a program. especially during this pandemic and during the tough times. So the session theme is financing scheme for MSME from non-banking financial institutions and microfinance institutions. This session is going to deliberate on various financing schemes and offerings of non-banking financial institutions to the MSME companies. We have with us 4 speakers who would be addressing the gathering on varied financial schemes and revival packages offered by non-banking financial institutions. Each of the speaker would give 20 minutes to deliver their address. With these words, I am delighted to call Mr. Jijo Kuriappan, Vice President, KLM Axiva Finvest Limited, to address the gathering. I would like to give a brief introduction of Mr. Jijo Kuriappan. Mr. Jijo is an MBA and also an intern in Chartered Accountant, have 20 years of experience in the financial sector. Mr. Jijo started his career with Axis Bank and was employed in ISAF Small Finance Bank, formerly ISAF Microfinance, for 11 years. From the stage of NGO to Small Finance Bank. Also served in SML Finance Limited as the Chief General Manager to set up a subsidiary company for microfinance named Manjinath Finance Private Limited. Mr. Jijo is currently working as a Vice President in KLM Finance Limited. Over to you, Mr. Jijo.
Hi, good afternoon. I think my voice is clear and audible.
Yes, it's very.
Yeah. I remember in 1990s, microfinance was a MSME actually. That has created a lot of opportunities now for creating new entrepreneurs, especially pan-India. That is a reality which we can see current situation. But when we go through the history, microfinance industries had a lot of struggle, but people has changed the attitude towards microfinance institution. That is one reason now microfinance industry can support MSME like a finance facilitation. In the earlier days, everybody can see that microfinance was one of the small institutions which are given loan to the people, definitely the people who are poor and downtrodden. That was a definition earlier. Now situation is different. The people were poor in that situation. Even that the situation is changed, their mind was rich. That is the only one reason everybody has paid their own loan, what they had taken in their institutions as a borrowers. That is the only one reason. In post-Andhra crisis also, you can see that banks were stopped to lend further disbursement to the MFI. Even that situation also, institutions, they had in crisis. That time also, members were stand with the organizations, and both organization as well as the members moved to next level. That has happened in few years. That is the one reason so many microfinance institutions, it's become small finance bank, and so many institutions become NBFCs. And so many institutions, they become, last you can see that IPOs also, the people, especially MFI industries has started. One important thing, what we can say to our customers, this is a great opportunity, even in pandemic situation. In my point of view, this is not a pandemic situation. This is a great opportunity in front of us. Only because of the demonetization, we could understand there is another phase in financial institutions that everybody moved to in net banking or system, fund transfer and everything. Earlier it was only cash transfer. Now that situations, if it is a crisis, definitely the people will overcome the situation and we will find the new way to reach our destination with new ideas. That has happened even in pandemic situation. We can see that the changes, what has happened now. Even without any changes of infrastructure, we can see that the changes from the platform of repayment, that UPI, that is introduced and moved like anything. Our customers' attitude also be a very drastic change we can see. What I'm saying that in current situation, this is a great opportunity for us and as well as the customers who are really started SME like micro, small and medium entrepreneurs. They can also get a great opportunity to move forward. That is a reality. Even microfinance institutions, they have started so many products. Like, in their point of view, how the startup or how that small institutions can help that entrepreneurs who are really required. In our organization point of view, few products are available and anyone can apply like that. Now, first product what we can introduce in front of you, like income generation loan. Income generation loan, suppose that in the name itself, it is expressing that is one of the easiest way they will get and they can generate income. That is a way that's name itself expressing that. Income generation loan, like a small amount, it may be around 30,000, less than 30,000 or up to 50,000. That is income generation loan. That loan can use for any purpose for generating income. Not only that particular loan amount, the particular loan itself will support so many facilities also. You can also see that financial literacy is a part of the loan scheme. Because before we giving loan to the customer, we will educate them. These are the things you must keep in your life as a financial discipline. Then only you can be success. Otherwise, you will lose that entire money. That's the education which we are giving. That's a part of the CCT, GRT, etc. But people are thinking that this is a great opportunity and they are getting to business and they become legend. That is our motto. So my income generation loan, that is supporting financial literacy. That is a one part. Second part, we are also giving risk coverage also. That is a social responsibility of the financial institution. Suppose one person, they are looking for a loan for an agriculture and allied activities. We are also educating them. There is a agriculture insurance that is available with the government or institutions. So you have to take that and reduce the risk and go ahead. Such a way, we are giving them training and educating them for a goal for a next level. That is a system which we had adopted. And we are also ensuring people always adhering such a strict directions. Okay, in a first time, it may be the first strict. Second time, the people will say that, sir, that has helped a lot. So their purview also changed. Second thing, second product which are given to our company, that's a small finance loan. Small business loan, small business loan. In our point of view, nobody can start the business with a high level of working, but even they are ready to start with a small amount. We are also ready to support them with a working capital of up to 50,000. So that 50,000 may be a small amount in our point of view, but actually the person who was really required an entrepreneur, definitely he will reach into the next level of work because he's also getting 50,000, he is investing in the business and he's also getting remunerations. Earlier days, there is no chance to repay the money without collecting hard cash. Now it is situation is different. UPI platforms are available here. So anyone can invest the money into their own business and they can repay the money with the UPI platform without any infrastructure. That is the change. So last time when I met one customer, they told me, sir, these are the great change which we are expecting in microfinance. Rest of the institutions will take more time to adopt changes. I had asked why. Sir, Nowadays, I got the information that we can repay the money, whatever they have through UPI platform. I had asked the same thing to banks, but they told us, no, you can send money only for through any NEFT or net payment, something like that. That is not easy. So people are thinking microfinance institution or MSME sector, people are thinking like microfinance institution is always a friend with them. So third thing is the product loan. Product loan is not a big product loan. That is a small product loan actually. For example, one of the customer, they had approached us. Sir, I would like to start a petty shop like a juice making shop. So I would like to buy one of the best mixie or something like that. They want. So how it will get to us? I explained, okay, if it is required to you, really required? Yes, sir, required. That will help me into thought about whether it is applicable to others also. I just gone through just a survey and found that so many people required like such a product. Then we can also approach. We had approached the one of the biggest distributor and asked them whether it is available to distribute through us or directly to the customer. The distributor also happy because it is the one-way communication and he's also okay. He's also getting social impact as well as economic benefit also. So he's also ready to get into a contract with us and he's giving the particular product to our customers. Customers also happy because they are getting the one of the good product with small amounts of repayments. Then moreover that suppose some issues has happened in between, they can approach us and they can contact to distributor and they will get good maintenance also. So such of the best way we could help MSME team. And this is also they are feeling like this is the one of the easiest people who are really required the particular product where we distribute it. Then fourth thing is that personal loans. So many personal loans are available. Especially in microfinance industry, we people are always looking about that credit history of the people. In early days, our post Andhra crisis, regulators implemented so many criteria to evaluate that credit worthiness of the customers. They had that poor, what I had started with poor and marginalized. They are not really poor, they are really rich people. These rich people, their mind was rich. These rich people, they had created a good credit history. Last 7, 10, 11, 12 years, they had made good credit history. They had paid their repayment in a prominent way. And they are equal to or better than the rich people who are really, claim such a way. They proved themselves. They are the really rich people. So, such a credit worthiness already proved by the institutions as well as their customers through the credit bureau companies. So anyone can check in their credit history. They are also getting a great opportunity and getting more big loans from the financial institutions like banks. Here you can also see that small finance institutions like small banks, small financial banks, they are always supporting that, especially such a small entrepreneurs. Microfinance institutions, they had handholded the people to reach into next level. Personal loan also be a small amount, even in some of the occasions, just like a Onam, some festival, they need extra money. How they will find? The people will say that they can approach the local money lender. That is not a permanent solution. We people think, okay, suppose they need some requirement, they can directly approach us, the microfinance institutions. They will get the loan from the company and they can be one of the best partner. They can treat us as one of the family member in microfinance industry. That is not only that these are the financial institutions. These are the financial institutions supporting our entire team. Not only that, they are making social impact also. We are giving loan to the women entrepreneurs or women in the family. So suppose they are getting fund to that particular family member in their family, they are using for the upliftment of entire family. So we are not supporting only one person, we are supporting entire family. So that is a change we can see in the finance as well as the social impact. So these are the main products which are supporting to our customers. And that one more thing is that in current situation, well, people will say that the pandemic, but I will say that that is opportunities, great opportunities. Not only our financial institutions, there is a great opportunities for the entrepreneurs also, because they are using that modern technology to improve themselves, because this is the fifth generation. You can see that earlier the people has used the books, pens and other things. Now we people sitting in our own office and discussing with our team members, and as well as we are sharing our thoughts with the people who are really required. That is a change. Such a change we need to be adopt in MSME sector, because we are giving loan to them through UPI platform also. That is a digitization part. So anyone can, any person who are really required working capital, support, or whatever things they need as a compliance, statutory, license, whatever it may be. So we people, that means microfinance institutions, they are always giving the support like a family member and extending their support into next level. So these are my thoughts, especially that is a product which are available with the organization. Anyone can approach and we can share with them. I take this opportunity to thank each one of you, because everybody's have a very common motto for the social upliftment, and as well as we are the people to improve our society to next level. And moreover that, I would like to express my sincere thanks to CII for a wonderful opportunity given to me. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jijo, for your enlightening address and describing the evolution of microfinance and emerging opportunities in pandemic, and for also providing insights on the various loan schemes and other financing options from KLM Finance Limited. Thank you. Now I would like to call upon Mr. Sebi Cherian, Chief Executive Officer, Microfinance, Muthoot Mini Financiers Private Limited, to address the gathering. Let me give a brief introduction of Mr. Sebi Cherian. Mr. Sebi Cherian is a qualified cost accountant and a postgraduate in financial management. He is having more than 15 years of experience in finance industry, including microfinance. Mr. Cherian served as CFO in Muthoot Microfinance Limited and currently working as CEO of Microfinance in Muthoot Mini Financiers Limited. Over to you, Sebi.
Thank you, Mr. Srinath, for your warm words. I have a small presentation for you for explaining the products and all these things from Muthoot Mini Financiers Limited. I am representing Muthoot Mini Financiers Limited, and I also thank CII for giving me this opportunity for being here for this afternoon, and also congratulate for arranging such a wonderful event today. So, as you all know, the financial schemes for MSMEs from various platforms have already been discussed in the forenoon sessions and also by the other experts here. So I will just quickly pass on these things. The options include government schemes, banks, and financial institutions like SIDBI, all these NABARD and all these things institutions are there. We also have NBFCs and MFIs for extending financial as well as other support to MSME industry. So as compared to the banking and other sectors, the advantage of NBFCs and MFIs include the largest network across all geographies. It is also based on a need-based product instead of the tailor-made products available in other institutions. In NBFCs and MFIs, we have less formalities and a minimum tax for disbursement of the loan. We have flexible repayment options and tenor. The use of technology will be state-of-the-art and better transparency is there, and customer-friendly workforce also there. So I just want to highlight some of the major product offering by NBFCs and MFIs, like gold loans, business loans, women group loans, loan against property or LAP, MSME loans, insurance services, wealth management, money transfer, deposit schemes like NCDs and subordinate debts, and also services for travel and tourism like that. Coming back to Muthoot Mini Financiers Limited, the company is a systematically important NBFC with 2,000 crores asset base and 130 years of business history. It has 792 branches across India with 3,000 employees. And the product and services include gold loan, microfinance loans, insurance desk, money transfer, wealth management, and NCDs. Going to the gold loan, which is easily available across all branches and easily available to every common man, MMFL offers various attractive schemes with flexible tenor and repayment modes. The products, there are a lot of products. Some of them are smart loan for monthly payment options, easy loan with quick disbursements, online gold loan for instant bank transfer, big ticket loans for high net worth customers, Mahila gold loan for empowering working women, Aishwar's loans for customers who prefer lower interest rates, and also EMI schemes are available there. And we have also microfinance loans, as Mr. Kuriappan said just before my presentation. Microfinance loans are meant to for the bottom of the pyramid customers who will not have access to banking or the conventional kind of lending platforms. So we have microfinance loans for women entrepreneurs who is having any kind of income generating activity. The kind of activity may include a small kirana shops or tailoring units or some pickle units or some puppet manufacturing unit, whatever may be. Some people may doing this goat and cow rearing. We also have other kind of activities like bamboo, dry flower making, whatever may be. It should be some kind of income generating activities required for giving such a loan. And microfinance loans from our side is with weekly repayments. And collection will be at their doorstep. Our executives will be going to the customer's doorstep and will collect the EWI from their side. And they can also do after this lockdown and post-lockdown period, they can also pay through digital platforms like UPI or Google Pay or like that. And the loan tenor includes 1 year and 2 years. There is no collateral required as per RBI's NBFC MFI guidelines. And this loan is based on group guarantee. Minimum 5 members is required for forming a group, and all will be giving this group guarantee, joint liability guarantee to each other. And we can give up to 80,000 per individual, and they have credit shield, the insurance also available in the event of death or something like that. And Muthoot Mini offers convertible debentures, non-convertible debentures, secured debentures, and subdebts also as an investment product. We mobilize funds through NCDs and bank funding. So in conclusion, After the lockdown, the business activities have almost become normal in the post-lockdown period. In this pandemic situation, we should stand together to overcome these difficulties. Management of Muthoot Financial Limited offers all kind of help and support to the industry, especially to the MSME sector in reaching the same. Thank you all.
So, thank you, Sebi, for enlightening address and giving us valuable insights on the various loan schemes and other financing options from Muthoot Mini Financiers Private Limited. So, audience, you can type your questions in the Q&A box so that once the session is at the concluding stage, all the speakers will answer to those questions. And now I would like to call upon Mr. Vinod Reddy, Head, Secured and Unsecured Lending Business, to address the gathering. I take this opportunity to give a brief introduction of Mr. Vinod Reddy. Mr. Reddy is a senior management professional and a learner-in-chief with the record of tripling revenue across startups to the next level of organization. Mr. Vinod Reddy is an MBA from Marketing from Newport University, California. Mr. Vinod is currently working as a head of secured and unsecured business with MFL. Mr. Reddy has previously been zonal head South Mortgages with PNB Housing Finance, and earlier worked with the companies such as IndusInd Bank, ABN AMRO Bank, Bank Muscat, ICICI Bank, and HDFC Bank, having cut across all products in banking over a career span of 20 years plus. Over to you, Mr. Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Srinath, for the introduction. Good afternoon, dear esteemed guests. First and foremost, thank you and wish to share my gratitude for inviting me to this platform to address the illustrious gathering, and wish to thank the Confederation of Indian Industry for organizing the MSME Finance Facilitation to share our views on our company's commercial offerings to overcome this exceptional situation. First, I would like to spend the first few minutes on the current crisis, how it has affected the entire financial ecosystem, before I get into the offerings which Muthoot FinCorp Limited has to offer to support this MSME segment. First, I would like to start with the Emergency Credit Link Guarantee Scheme launched by the government. ECLGS has definitely boosted the credit infusion to MSMEs. Credit infusion to MSMEs declined sharply post the lockdowns due to COVID-19 pandemic. The ECLGS scheme implementation brought the much needed boost and significantly helped in reviving credit infusion to MSME post this announcement in May. Catalyzed by the scheme, geographies which experienced less stringent lockdowns showed relatively better credit infusion and lesser decline in credit outstanding. MSME lending in metro regions had the sharpest drop during the lockdown and relatively lower rate of revival post ECLGS. While number of MSME loans disbursed in urban, semi-urban and rural regions for June is over 3 times that of February, it was 1.86 times for the metro regions, which clearly shows that metro regions have a lot to grow. Similar trend we are seeing at state levels as well. For states of Bihar, Jharkhand, Punjab and Kerala, the number of MSME loans disbursed in June are over 4 times as compared to Feb. Whereas Maharashtra and Delhi is at 1.86 times and 1.06 times respectively for the same period. While all MSME subsegments benefited out of the ACLGS, microloans had the largest increase in number of loans disbursed, clocking 3 times the figure in June over February. The second point which I wanted to share is on the NBFC lending. The NBFCs, which are typically in the unsecured and secured lending business, such as business loans, personal loans, and mortgage loans, have seen reduction in fresh MSME loans disbursed and a drop in market share as well. While disbursals by PSBs and private banks have come back to pre-COVID levels, we expect our disbursal amounts to improve given the inquiries for June and is at 40% of Feb levels and improved to 60% in July and August. The other point which I wanted to mention is that we also see that structurally strong MSMEs continue to be resilient during COVID-19 pandemic. In the 4-month window of March to June post-pandemic, the super prime segment showed lowest instances of missed payments on term loans at 25%, and in subprime segment at 36%. So if missed payments and increasing utilization rates are considered as early signs of stress buildup, then structurally strong MSMEs continue to be relatively more resilient even through the economic disruptions posed by the pandemic. Structurally strong MSMEs are existing in all sectors of the segment as well. We also see CMR distribution of credit inquiries in August has spiked towards higher risk from Feb level. CMR distribution for PSBs, private banks, and NBFCs have reduced for super prime MSMEs and increased for subprime MSMEs in August as compared to February. Highest increase is observed in subprimes inquiries for NBFCs from 15% in Feb to 24% in August. However, month-on-month trajectory of CMR distribution across all lender types has resumed to the Feb level. We are also seeing that the MSME segment NPA rates for June are marginally higher than March. The NPA rates in June for most MSME segments are marginally higher, but this trend is in line with the June 19 over March 19 increase observed during previous years. NBFCs are showing a sharp rise in MSME NPA rates for June 20 compared to their June 19 levels as well. These are certain indications which has over the last 6 months data which is available with us. Going forward, the economic situation due to COVID pandemic has thrown many challenges and opportunities to the MSME lending ecosystem over the last 6 months. All the ecosystem players have been adapting continuously to the new normal of lending to MSMEs. The timely release of the 3 crores package for the MSMEs by the government and a swift adoption of the package by lenders provided the much needed platform for MSMEs to leverage in current times. We are observing states like Bihar, Jharkhand, Punjab, and Kerala taking a lead in the bounce back of the MSME lending, and usual hotbeds of lending like Maharashtra and Delhi lag in the bounce back story. While a lot of focus is towards driving credit to MSMEs, from a risk perspective, the structurally strong MSMEs still continue to be resilient. As we progress further into the new normal, we shall see many new challenges and opportunities unfold for the ecosystem. The requirement of closely monitoring the finer nuances of MSMEs at the industry level and taking timely and optimal interventions shall be the cornerstone of sustained growth for lenders, MSMEs, and the economy in the long run. I would like to pause now. Now I would like to spend the next few minutes on the offerings from MFL, Muthoot FinCorp Limited, to address the needs of the common man in the micro and nano MSME segments. Over the last 6 months, Muthoot FinCorp Limited has constantly been developing new schemes and initiatives to ensure the required financial assistance reaches these MSME segments. Few of the initiatives are as follows. First, Muthoot FinCorp Limited has launched a free advisory platform for MSMEs, www.restartindia.com, which was inaugurated by the Honorable Ministry of Road Transport, Highways and MSME, Mr. Nitin Gadkari, in association with Inc. And the initiative is intended to help small businesses restart their operations after lockdown by providing assistance to the nano, micro, small and medium businesses of the country. The second one, MFL has also launched various gold loan schemes to cater to the different categories and requirements of these MSME. To name one such would be Muthoot Student Power Gold Loan, to help parents provide laptops to their children for the online education, which has become the sort of the new normal, through special gold loan schemes at very low interest rates. Muthoot FinCorp Limited also offers a unique scheme where customers can avail interest-free loans up to rupees 10,000. In this scheme, this scheme is offered to customers who are in requirement of funds for 5 to 7 days for investing in business and recovering the same. Few customer profiles can be your next door chai shop, flower vendors, vegetable vendors, auto drivers, small tailoring units as well. It is a 7-day interest-free loan. Muthoot FinCorp also offers gold loans across various slabs starting from rupees 1,000 and upwards, catering to the needs of nano and micro businesses, and as well as higher gold loan amounts above 5 lakhs, catering to the medium business segment category at very attractive interest rates as well. The other scheme which we have a scheme wherein the customer can avail maximum LTV on gold loans so that they get maximum cash in hand against gold, which would help them in raising higher cash for meeting their personal needs and business requirements as well. MFL has also schemes where businesses with a proper registration proof can avail gold loans with a 60-day interest holiday so that they can use the funds to restart the business and start looking at interest servicing and loan repayments post bringing the business to normalcy. Muthoot FinCorp Limited has been extending business loans ranging from 15K to 2 lakhs to all business customers even during stringent lockdowns pan-India. This has helped many businesses to restart the business by using this loan as a capital for buying stock and kickstarting the business. MFL has been very active on the digital space during lockdown to ensure that the financial assistance is rendered to the digital platform to ensure that the customer can access the loan facility from anywhere. Okay. We also are offering NCDs with a very good return, and we also are providing insurance, COVID insurance as well. By way of these operations, we are trying to meet the demands and financial requirements of these MSME customers, contributing to the theme of starting the businesses. Our endeavor and purpose at MFL will always be to renovate and come out with new products so that we can transform the life of a common man by improving their financial well-being. As a responsible lender, we are committed to the cause to make an earnest effort of bringing the needy people into our fold and help revive their daily activity. Thank you once again to all of you for providing MFL with a platform to share our views and offerings to help revive the MSME segment. Thank you. All the best. Thank you, sir. I think, sir, you're on mute. I think again on mute.
Am I audible now?
Yes, Chairman. Yes. Please go ahead.
So thank you, Mr. Vinod Reddy, for explaining us the current situation and describing the various loan schemes and support provided to SMEs from Muthoot FinCorp Limited. Now I would like to call upon Mr. Ranjan Sridharan, SGM Corporate Communication, Manappuram Finance, to address the gathering. I take this opportunity to give a brief introduction of Mr. Ranjan Sridharan. Mr. Sridharan is a Senior General Manager, Corporate Communications at Manappuram Finance Limited. He has been with the company for past 10 years, assisting the management in making the case of gold loans and communicating its relevance in India's economy. Earlier, Mr. Sridharan began his career with the State Bank of India as a probationary officer in 1991 and worked at the bank for next 15 years in a variety of assignments in the credit, trade finance, and foreign exchange areas. After leaving the bank in 2006, to pursue interest away from the banking area, he acquired a PG diploma in TV journalism from Asian School of Journalism, Chennai. While the qualification did not get him an entry into journalism, it did ease his path to corporate communications. Over to you, Mr. Sridharan. John, Mr. Sridharan is on mute or?
Yeah, I think he's not on mute. I can see him. Mr. Ranjan, we are unable to hear you, Mr. Ranjan. I suppose you can hear us, but we can't hear you. The voice is not coming this side, yeah.
So John, actually, let's have some Q&A session. So by the time, solve the issue.
Yeah. So Vaishnav, have you received any Q&A?
I'm yet to receive some questions, but I have a question to all the panelists. So each of them can take 2 or 3 minutes to answer it. So I would like to know the various schemes from them. So the question is, the GDP of Kerala is 9,78,000 crore, and NRI remittance forms a major contribution to Kerala's GDP. So during the lockdown, the NRI remittance into Kerala grew up to 30%. As Indians returning from the Gulf region rushed to remit their settlement after many of them lost their jobs during the pandemic. And it seems that most of them will be coming back to Kerala. They want to set up their own small business here. And they don't have exposure into the economic situation or market situation in Kerala, but actually they would like to set up their own business in Kerala. What kind of schemes and support you will be providing to NRIs? They want to set up business here. I would like to start from Mr. Jijo.
Actually, this is a great opportunity. Once again, I would like to say that this is a great opportunity to everyone to start their own business, whatever they would like. Because everyone have their own talent or their own skills to set up one organization or whatever it may be, in what idea they have. In microfinance industry or microfinance institution can hold him to introduce that particular industry in current scenario, how it is running. Because when they moved from Kerala or set up their institution or whatever it may be in Gulf countries, that scenario is different. So we can hold them and we can support them to reach which are the license, which are the compliance, which are the statutory requirements to set up the organization. That is a part of the financial literacy that can be help the people who are really coming for Kerala. So that's the first one. Second one is that they have some required working capital. That is also we can provide them and we can handhold them to reach next level. That is the system. Because now UPI system, in earlier days, the people has looked around the bank and they had approached the banks with all documents, that tax receipt, land documents, whatever it may be in their hand. Now MFI, it is available, without any collateral securities, they are getting small amounts to start up an institutions. So that is a great opportunity in front of them. If they use that opportunity, definitely they can, reach into next level. That can be easily provide them. That is my viewpoint towards that.
Okay, great. So, Mr. Sebi, would you like to share your insights? Sebi, are you hearing or?
Yeah, I would like to add that a lot of people have come from abroad after losing job due to this pandemic situation, and they would like to settle in Kerala, especially in their native place, but they don't know how to start up a small venture or small kind of business here. They have a lot of stipulations about raising funds for starting up a business, how to manage the books of accounts and all the statutory matters, and also most importantly, the market for their products. So in these things, the NBFCs and the MFIs can guide them. We can give them high ticket loans, gold loans, and also small ticket loans for setting up a microfinance venture like a small kind of people unit or manufacturing unit or something like that with a loan amount up to 1 lakh rupees some of MFIs, and some others are giving up to 50,000, 60,000 rupees. And the repayment also very convenient. They can pay back either in weekly repayment mode or monthly mode, whatever may be. So funding part, the MFIs and NBFCs can help them.
Also, they can give assistance in terms of managing the business.
Mr. Vinod,
Yeah. Like I said before during our interaction, we have a platform called Hive Platform. I think this is a platform which is exclusively formed for these purposes itself. Wherein people who want to know what are all the financial literacy required, what are the parameters to be approved, people can approach this platform, get registered, and we will definitely guide them in helping take the necessary steps to be taken to start the business, and also help in the financial assistance as well. Like any other gold, we are also into gold. So definitely collateral with the gold as a collateral will also have loans varying between at least of 1,000 rupees and to a maximum of 25, 30 lakhs. So this will also definitely help the customer raise the money. And we also have long tenure EMI based. So it is not that raise it and within only some 4 to 5 months. We have long-term EMI loans which can go up to 12 months, which will give him an ample time to pay his loans as well. So these are some steps which we have to help the new MSME clients register themselves and restart them. That's my response.
thank you. John, Mr. Sridharan is joined.
Yeah, can you hear me this time?
Yes, yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay. At the outset, my congratulations to CII Kerala for organizing this MSME finance facilitation drive. The informal economy or the unorganized sector has actually borne the brunt of the post-pandemic economic downturn, is in need of and is in dire need for financial support. Against this backdrop, nothing can be more timely. Nothing can be more timely than an MSME facilitation drive with focus on financing options for MSMEs. Now, I'd like to begin, as you know, I represent Manipur Finance Limited. I'll give you a brief background about the company and how it is related to MSME finance. We are predominantly into gold loans. In fact, till 2014, we were totally into gold loans. We had very little other businesses. But in 2014, beginning 2014, we diversified into microfinance, commercial and vehicle equipment finance, home affordable finance, etc. And then in the last couple of years, we've also begun to offer in a small way products targeting specific MSME segments, typically the micro entrepreneurs. So I'll come back to that later. So in this address, I will focus on the loan products offered to MSMEs by Manipur Finance Limited. And my colleague, Mr. Jayesh Kumar, who is our chief economist, he will take over and talk about the loan products offered by our microfinance subsidiary, Ashirvad Microfinance. Now, as a gold loan company, of course, I'll begin with gold loans for small businesses and micro enterprises. See, for a long time, gold loans were considered to be a distress product. But in recent years, what we have observed is that about 1/3 of our gold loan disbursements go to people who run very small businesses or micro enterprises. These are small shopkeepers, tradespeople, etc. Now, there are people people in this category who have only gold loans as their source of working capital. In fact, we had done a study of some of our customers in a place called Karaikudi in Tamil Nadu. And there we ran across this lady who single-handedly, who was alone in the family of a single mother who ran a tiffin service for people who were, working men. Her problem was that receivables, her collection took a wait till the end of the month. So till then, she had to finance the working capital and she was dependent on gold loans. We also have some customers who have managed to get finance from the banks, but still come to the gold loans for meeting such extraordinary needs as servicing interest due on their loans, busy season stocking, etc. If you have a bank limit and you are not able to service your interest on time, your account can become an NPA, and the banks put the pressure on you. So these people, they have, we know that they use gold loans to actually make good their commitment to the bank and keep their account in good standing. Now, gold loans in this sense have some advantages. If you are looking to run a business entirely on the strength of gold loans, it may not be advisable. These are short-term loans, but they can very well be used as top-up loans. So among the beneficial features of a gold loan, as far as we are concerned, is the fact that with us, our gold loans, you can avail it for as little as 1 day, and you pay interest only for 1 day. There are no premature closure penalties and no appraisal charges, etc. The cost of borrowing a gold loan is relatively high when you compare it to bank finance, but the fact is we have a scheme by which we give 30,000 rupees for 1 month at an interest rate of 12%. Besides, our regular gold loans, they can go up to 50 lakhs, which can be sanctioned very easily, and higher amounts need the intervention of higher authorities. But up to 50 lakhs, they can be sanctioned very easily. Interest rates in Kerala begin at are at 21%, and the LTV goes up to 75%, the loan to value. But what we have done is, even if you borrowed at 21%, we have a scheme by which, depending on how many times you are able to repledge your loan, the interest rate keeps coming down. So now this rebate structure can be seen in the table, which I'll flash on your screen. So here you will see how, depending on the number of times you make a repledge of your gold loans, the interest rate will be reduced proportionately. And now I'd like to come to what are the specific products that we offer to the micro and small and medium enterprises categories, typically the micro entrepreneurs. So we have 5 different products. The first one is SME finance, which is against property. Then we have loans targeting the hospitality industry, healthcare industry, small-scale industrial finance, tour and travel loan. So let's quickly run through what these loans are all about. The SME finance is a loan against property. It's you can take a loan from 5 lakh to 2 crores, from 24 months to 60 months, and the turnaround time is just 10 days. What are the properties we accept? It's given here: self-occupied commercial and residential, land of more than 3 cents in corporation areas, more than 5 cents in municipal, and 10 cents in rural areas. Vacant land and plots with approach roads. So this was SME finance against property, coming from Manappuram Finance. The hospitality industry, or what we call hospitality, targets bakeries, sweet shops, chocolate shops, cake shops, etc., cool bars, ice cream parlors, hotels, tea shops, restaurants. These are the things we target. 3 years and above. That is how old your business should be. It requires a CIBIL score of 690 and some other requirements which are there on the screen. So what are the advantages of our hospitality industry? Up to 3 lakhs without original property deed. Up to 20 lakhs loans with original property deed. Affordable and diminishing interest rates. Flexible tenure, 1 year to 7 years. Quick disbursement and doorstep service. Minimum documentation, zero hassles, as we like to believe. We also have loans targeting the healthcare industry. The hospitals, clinics, etc. The targeted segments are given there. Dialysis centers, ENT, IVF centers. So, and the purpose would be purchase of assets as well as working capital finance. Loans up to 30 lakhs, unsecured up to 3 lakhs. Maximum up to the loan tenure of 5 years. And yeah. Finally, we also have loans to the small-scale industrial finance, as shown on your screen. And we also have tour and travel loans, in which loans are available to IATA-registered travel agencies. So that was about the loans given by Manappuram Finance Limited to the MSME sector. I'd now like to hand over to my colleague, Mr. Jayesh Kumar. But before I hand it over, gold loans have also have some relevance in the microfinance segment. You know, one of our studies we saw, studies we came across showed that because the microfinance segment runs on the joint liability group, where any individual within the group defaults, you know, he meets with displeasure from all of his other group members because they too get denied a loan. So it was reported that there are many such members who, instead of defaulting within the JLG, make use of a gold loan to tide over their temporary mismatches and stay in the good books of their joint liability group. So now I'll hand over to Mr. Jayesh Kumar, our Chief Economist.
Thank you, Ranjan sir. Just to brief you on our microfinance industry, subsidiary Ashirwad Microfinance. This is the fourth largest microfinance company in India, and we are spread across all the states and union territories. And our book in last 5 years has grown almost 10 times. In fact, in 2015, the book size was less than 300 crores, which is now about 6,000 crores. And specific to Kerala, we are servicing almost all the regions. And the best part is that MFI loan, other than the individual JLG loans, we also have a SME finance fraction as well, where we give loan against the property of the small borrowers. Apart from the loan of the Ashirwad and the Manappuram Finance, another aspect I wanted to highlight is that MSMEs have a standing infrastructure in place, and there is additional source of revenue available to them, say if they collaborate with Manappuram Finance as a business associate, which generates them a fee income without inputting any additional infrastructure or business requirement. And the best part is that this does not require any investment, and it can generate additional revenue for you for a much longer period. And all your customers and the business associates will have a direct relationship with you. It also enables you to expand your business opportunities as well. And with this, I would like to conclude, and then we can have the Q&A. Thank you.
So, thank you, Mr. Sridharan and Jayesh, for various schemes and financing options for MSMEs and other upcoming startups and all those companies who are coming. And in fact, I had a question. Most of the other panel members asked, you are providing. So, in addition to schemes, are you providing any guidance or support? Sridharan, would you like to answer it?
Can you just repeat the question, sir? We kind of missed it.
So in most of the entities, they want to come back to Kerala and start their own business. So guidance and support to the MSMEs. So in addition to finance, are you providing support to NRIs? Because NRIs
I think Vice Chairman. Yeah, so Mr. Jayesh, the question was that
can you hear me?
Manappuram is offering any special kind of guidance or product or services to our NRIs
for NRIs? Is that a specific question to NRIs regarding, right? So specifically for NRIs, the main advantage is that we have introduced recently a doorstep gold loan. So which allows customers to not step out of their houses and just give us a call and we'll check.
Have we lost them, John?
I think they have a
our
Mr. Jayesh,
am I audible?
Bandwidth issue. So you are audible in between. The audio is getting cut. Do you want to switch off your video so that the bandwidth?
Yeah, sure. I'll do that. Yeah. So advantage is that with the doorstep gold loan is that you give us a call, our representative goes to your home, does the evaluation, and on the spot sanctions the loan and transfers the money to you. You don't even have to visit even once our branch. And this facility is launched across India, all our branches. So it does not matter where you are, we will have the service of a doorstep gold loan. That is one product we recently launched, especially keeping into the mind pandemic situation and the requirements of customers. And second, I guess if you were to look at the advantage of the doorstep gold loan is this particular loan product is your entry to the Manappuram business, right? Once you have a gold relationship, you are eligible for other loan products which are also offered at the doorstep. So once you become a customer of a gold loan, you can apply for personal loan also. The same facilities will be extended. So that is on the product side. On the kind of education side, what we do is we have our online platform which regularly updates on the different product features as well as the general financial market conditions, your personal finance. So as we want to educate our customers not only about our products but also about the economy and what are the factors they need to keep into mind. So we regularly publish our different products, feature booklets circulated, as well as we have certain training modules uploaded in our website, and through YouTube channels we circulate the information for the larger public. I guess that addresses the main question.
Yeah, thank you, Jayesh. So everyone, now we come to the close of the session. And attendees, if you have any specific question or doubts to any of the panelists, you can get in touch with the CII Secretariat. CII has a very strong secretariat. They will connect you to these panelists, and you can get in touch with the team of John Kurula. So we hope you had an enriching experience. Thank you for sparing time from your busy schedule in attending the session. And I declare my sincere thanks to all the panelists. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Chairman. So with that, we close this particular session. Thank you all. We would rejoin 3:40 precisely for the next session. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hello? Hello? Is it audible? Hello?
Yes, it's audible.
This is from Norca head office. Yeah. Norca head office, Trivandrum. Okay.
No problem. No problem.
Jagdish sir will be presenting. I will be giving presenter right to this.
Yeah, we will give the presenter right. Yeah. Do you have a presentation to share?
Yeah.
Okay. No.
Right now, there is no right.
I mean, if you want to test it, you can test it right now.
Right now, yeah.
Yeah, I shared, John. I shared that right to him.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. One second. Let him have a testing. Okay.
ഇതിങ്ങനെ നമ്മൾ അപ്പൊ ഇത് മാത്രമേ കാണത്തുള്ളൂ വീഡിയോ മറ്റേ ഇത് നോക്കി ഇത് ക്ലിയർ ആയിട്ട് നോക്കി പറയാനുള്ള കേട്ടിട്ടുള്ളൂ. അടുത്ത ഇതിലേക്ക്
Application. Share എടുത്തിട്ട് application.
അപ്ലിക്കേഷനിൽ
Share application.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I am Ranjit Kumar from KFC.
Okay.
Yeah, hello. We have met once 1 year back.
Yeah.
So, I also want to test whether my content can be shared without any hassles.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Shiny Thomas this side.
Yeah, good afternoon, ma'am.
Sir, you want to test?
Yeah. Just like how Norca tried. I just want to try.
Now you can check now.
Yeah. Is it okay? Are you able to see the presentation?
Not it.
No, not yet.
One second, one second, one second. Now?
Yes.
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, okay, okay. Okay, thanks, thanks.
ഇതിനകത്ത് ഇത്രയേ ഉള്ളൂ. നമ്മുടെ പ്രസന്റേഷൻ ചെയ്യണ്ടല്ലോ. അതെ.
ഏത് അവർ ടെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യും. ആപ്ലിക്കേഷൻ സെലക്ട് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ ആൾറെഡി അത് ഇവിടെ ലോഡ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്, ഓപ്പൺ ആയിട്ടുണ്ട്. ക്ലോസ് ചെയ്യാൻ നേരത്ത് പ്രസന്റേഷൻ കഴിയുമ്പോൾ
സ്റ്റോപ്പ് ഷെയറിംഗ് നേരത്തെ ഓട്ടോമാറ്റിക്കലി
മൗസ് മാറി പോയി ഇതെടുക്കും.
KK, have you joined?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so thank you.
What time we started? 3:40 or 3:40?
Start at 3:40 if MD KSIDC also is joining. Saji, can you confirm, Saji?
Okay, when we hit the 45.
Okay. It will start at 45 then. All other panelists are online, KK.
This is still 5 o'clock.
Yeah, so this is the last session, so we have time.
Shall I ask for this? Any questions now? It's in the beginning itself to be typed so that I can.
Yeah. You can make that request in the introduction. So we have about 588 participants who have logged in.
That's great.
Yeah, so and in addition to it, people are watching this session in the YouTube also. So YouTube, it is live stream. So. So you just to reconfirm, KK, you have joined through Hive Platform, no?
Yeah, I have only. But
Okay.
it went to WebEx, no? Is it linked?
It will direct you to WebEx, but the reason why I wanted you to join through Hive is that you as a moderator, if you want to receive the question, you will have to log in through Hive.
Okay.
All of the participants are in Hive.
Yeah, I joined through Hive only.
Okay. So we'll wait till MD KSIDC joins, and then as soon as he comes online, we'll start off.
Okay. Just mute for the time.
Yeah, will do. Good afternoon, all. I'm sorry for the slight delay we are facing. Spoken to MD KSID, says he will be joining at any moment. KK, we'll start off as soon as he joins. So
Okay.
he has agreed to join in now. Hello.
Hello, John. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very much. Your audio is coming. Video is set to come. So thank you so much for joining, sir. We have official from both Norca as well as KFC who have joined us.
Okay.
So I'd like to thank all of you for joining. So we'll straight away start the program. So this is a session, I'm sure you would have gone through the program. This is a program which
Yes,
we have
yes.
put together for the MSMEs, especially to talk about what are the financial products and services available with various entities, whether it is banks or NBFCs or financial institutions with the government. So this particular session is talking, we would want to keep it focused on various government departments. So we have with us Mr. Krishna Kumar, who's the managing director of Rafilla, who's also the past chairman of CII Kerala. And
Okay.
he wears many hats, apart from being the managing director of Rafilla, he's also the managing director of Premier Tissue. So he has presence not only in Kerala, but, for places
All
outside
the
the
tables.
Kerala also.
All the tables also.
I would request Mr. Krishna Kumar to lead the proceedings further. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Welcome. I am pleased to welcome all of you for this session. And I am also pleased to welcome Mr. Rajamanikam IAS, MD of KSIDC, Mr. Jagdish, GM of Norca, and Mr. Ranjit Kumar, GM of KFC. Now, the session theme is financing schemes for MSMEs from governments. We have three leading organizations in the financial sector in Kerala promoted by government. I don't think I need to talk about the current situation of business in the country or in the world itself today. We are all in a scary situation without knowing what could be happening in the future, what is in store for tomorrow. United Nations talk about GDP contraction by 3.5% for the world, and Indian GDP contracting or shrinking by 10%. And today, MSMEs are the worst affected. MSMEs and small businesses are the backbone of Indian economy other than agriculture. In fact, even before COVID itself, we know that MSMEs have been going through some real pain due to demand contraction and other constraints. Now it has got worse today. So what do? Like, we know that there is a lack of consumption all around the different sectors of the economy. Now, without consumption, with the lack of consumption means the factories are shut. Factories are shut means there are no jobs. No jobs means no money in the pocket of people. No money means no consumption. So we are all in a chicken and egg situation, or the circle is going round and round. So how do we come out of this particular kind of distress? And this is where I think the governments and other allied agencies have to insert some kind of a catalyst to see that the economic engine is cranked into or cranked back into some kind of normalcy. So, like we have CII has organized this webinar to give an opportunity to MSMEs to listen to the prominent leaders representing the leading organizations, government organizations in the state. Sincerely hope that this will help the MSMEs to learn, to take some tips, which is going to help them slowly crawl back to normalcy. We have three prominent leaders from that. First, we will start with Mr. Rajamanickam, who is the MD of KSIDC, which is synonymous with industrial development in the state. Rajamanickam, as we all know, is the Kerala Cadre IS officer, who is a Master of Engineering. He had served as the District Collector of Kannur and Ernakulam. He was the Project Director of KSTP, CMD of KSRDC, Managing Director of KFC, Kerala Books and Publication Society, and Kerala State IT Infrastructure. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, and thank you, CA, for inviting. And not only that, I mean, it is, the right time to organize such kind of webinar to understand, how the financial institutions or NBFC can, help industrialists or MSMEs at this point of time. So that, state is looking for the employment generation as well as for the economical stimulants. So hopefully this is the right time to have this, webinar. See, I'm straight away, I'm just, going to the topic.
Sir, one second. Can you please switch on the video? If it is
I think I switched on the video, but some problem is there with the video, it seems.
Okay.
I think now.
Carry on, Jesus. Yeah. Maybe then you can carry on, sir, if that's a problem.
Yeah, because the WebEx always have kind of a problem with. Okay, so as far as the case series is concerned, as everyone knows, like KFC being an NBFC category, see, we have a lot of actually opportunity right from those who wants to start the industry or who wants to start the business towards whatever the end. So basically, like anybody who can start a business with 1 lakh to 100 crore is KSIDC is now actually funding. Originally till last year, even now our present maximum limit of loan is 35 crores. As last year, Honorable CM announced, after the Ascend program conducted in Ernakulam, he, in fact, informed that KSIDC has to increase the loan amount to 100 crores because every big industrialist also wanted to take loan from the KSIDC. Based on that, board has convened, and then we increase the loan amount to 100 crore rupees right now. So basically, as far as the MSME, sector is concerned, KSIDC presently, offering a term loan, which can, as I said, like, any, amount based on the security or whatever, because our main aim of the KSIDC is not, financing. Main aim of the KSIDC is industrial development. So accordingly, case by case basis, because it can be a holistic or comprehensive package rather than not only financing. If anybody who wants to start an industry or who want to start a business, so right from how to even make up a case, prepare a project proposal, towards all kind of licenses, as everyone aware of it actually. KSIDC is, running the portal called KSwift. So through KSwift, anybody can, apply online. Say, for example, if somebody, MSME sector up to 50 crore rupees, anybody who wants to start a business, which is a non-red category, they can simply go to a KSwift, online, platform. 10 or 13 questions is there. Just simply fill it, submit. Automatically, everyone will get acknowledgement certificate. Using acknowledgement certificate, like, you can, start a business right away. 3 years time is there for, taking all necessary licenses. If it is, say for example, red category, we have a clearance board. 15 crore and less, 15 crore and less, it's a district board headed by the district collector, and 15 crore and above, state board headed by the chief secretary. Within 30 days, we are giving license. Since it is MSME, I'm not, talking about, other large industry, but still, very recently, government has promulgated the ordinance for more than 50 crore rupees non-red category, wherein that anybody who apply, for the state, any kind of a license or something like that, within a week, we constituted, Kerala, investment bureau, in which the principal secretary chairman and MD KSID is CEO. Within a week, they will get a license. If it is a red category, above 50 crore rupees. This is a, so why I said, though it is a financing, not a financing part. It's not only finance alone. So anybody who wants to set up an industry, that, KSIDC will help them to, do all kind of licensing or all kind of procedures also. We handhold it. Along with that, we'll provide, term loan up to, the requirement of the company. Our loan, rate is minimum compared to any other banks or any financial institutions. We are right now, we are offering with 8.25 actually net. Basic rate is 8.75, but 50%, 50 basis point is a reduction on the prompt repayment. So actual rate is 8.25. So between 8.25 or 8.75 to 10.75 with 50 basis point reduction is the current, running rate to us. And we pose as a, based on, industry or industrial conditions or number of employment opportunity, we case by case basis board will take, call and decision for, financing. So our processing is very, very simple. If every document is, ready and clear, like, hardly we take, a week to 2 weeks for, sanctioning the loan. In fact, for our long term, because during this COVID time, we thought, like, industrial, all the establishments are, some or the other way is getting affected. We need to pump in money. So this opportunity is available for the KSIDC customers. So we are going to introduce, it is not a confirmed one. We are going to introduce in this board a privilege card for the KSIDC loanees. In the sense, like, only condition what we are expecting is that pre-COVID time, if suppose they are all okay with, current, without NPA, or they pay whatever the amount they have taken loan without any hindrance, they would have paid. So we are going to offer 50% of, the rest of the, loan without any collateral, without any kind of a security margin. So that is this, facility is going to be available for the KSIDC, customer. To get that card, minimum 3 years, they should be a KSIDC, customer. So this is a two, financing opportunity for the higher level loans. Other than that, for starting up a small, like a seed fund or startup business, up till 25 lakhs, collateral free, very subsidized loan at 4.25% we are providing for a startup, any startup companies. So, and then on the next stage, after the startup, once the startup company is established, they are running, successfully, they want to scale up. We are providing, up to 1 crore rupees loan with, interest rate would be a, normal one, but collateral would be 1:1 collateral. Other than, like banks, we don't charge 2 or 1.5 something, 1:1 collateral. So up to 1 crore rupees, scale up loan will be provided for the startups. And presently this year, one more scheme government, asked us to experiment it up till 5 lakhs. Select 5 seed fund company who are just, have done wonderfully well, to scale up to them 50 lakh rupees with, subsidized interest rate. They ask us to identify that also, that program is also just, on. So these are all the financing opportunity available as far as, KSIDC is concerned. But we are not hard and fast with any of the schemes. Say, for example, if anyone who are coming up with innovative ideas, with any kind of, employment opportunities, a lot of employment opportunities, available with, what they can generate in Kerala. So definitely, board and government will case by case basis look into the aspects and can negotiate on any terms.
Through?
This is, finance opportunities as far as KSIDC is concerned. So what I suggest is that CII can take lead. If anyone, say that's what we have a investment facilitation cell, cell is also functioning. We have a business development executive. They can actually, we have toll-free call centers there. They can approach any hand-holding support also for industrial development that KSIDC is doing, tying up with other industries.
Just a couple of points.
Yeah.
See, you listed out a few of the financing options. Is it limited only to existing KSIC clients? Because about 600 MSMEs are listening to you. And if somebody is not a KSIDC client,
No. Whatever I have I have informed this, is open to all. I said one particular scheme, like, without, say, already suppose a KSIDC client have taken a loan, and they are paying promptly. Since COVID situation made them not to pay, or interest rate, whatever would have happened, we just want to pump in money to that KSIDC customer by 50% of their loan without collateral. That is the only scheme which is available exclusive for the KSIDC. Otherwise, our term loan, our seed fund, everything is open to everyone, MSME sector. Our hand-holding support for the starting up of an industry, or any kind of a guidance or support, or tying up with other, partners, mentorship, that is all open to everyone.
There's one more biggest constraints companies could be facing today is the lack of working capital. So is there any provision KSIDC is offering for such such companies?
Right now, I don't have, but since you raised this issue, I was also keeping it in my mind for a long time. So it is, working capital loan, generally we give it for a KSIDC, but we don't mind, open up this sector. Maybe, a couple of weeks, like, I can take it to the board and, include working capital loan as a part of this package and extend to the MSME sector, which, interest rate, which I have already mentioned, with minimum, checks and balance, in the sense, like, I don't want to go for a kind of, I know that this is a very difficult time. So we will come up with a very, lenient policy for working capital loan for the MSME in a week's time that I will do.
Thank you, sir. I think that will be very helpful for companies which are struggling to find some finance.
Yeah, sure. Because once, because 22nd I have board. Maybe I will just, formulate a policy and take it to the board. Maybe next week, I'll inform CII that what is the policy for the working, capital loan. So accordingly, we can inform the members. But by next week, working capital, that's what I'm saying. The KSIDC is not, kind of a hard and fast for, at least now. So you want something, we'll create.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Suma.
And we will move on to the next speaker. We have Mr. Jagdish. Now, before I move on to the speaker, I have a request to all the attendees. If you have any questions to ask, maybe you can send that question on the chat box. Within the time available, I will try to raise the issue if the time is permitting. Maybe I will not be able to take up all the questions, but whatever within the time available, I will raise the issues to the panelists. Now we move on to Mr. Jagdish, who is General Manager of Norcom. Mr. Jagdish is on deputation as General Manager from the Government Secretariat, where he is the Joint Secretary. He is working at the level of a Joint Secretary. And he's also working for the welfare and rehabilitation programs of non-resident Keralites. We all know that thousands, or even if not lakhs and lakhs of NRKs have either come back or they could be coming back very soon. So, and the state is going to witness a huge problem as far as NRKs or finding jobs for the NRKs, which is going to be a Herculean task for the state. And we are going to have our economy going through hell, if I can use that word, because NRI money has always been one of the biggest supporters of Kerala economy. And this is where I think NORCA will be able to do a highly meaningful role. And I request Mr. Jagdish to highlight what NORCA's plans are there to support the people of Kerala in today's tough situation. Over to you, Mr. Jagdish. Your audio is on mute. Please unmute.
Okay. So good evening, sir, and good evening, all speakers. And first of all, I am thankful to Confederation of Indian Industries for giving us an opportunity to be a part of this program. And I am here in a different role because KSIDC and KFC both are financial institutions. But as far as NORCA is concerned, or NORCA Roots is concerned, we are not a directly financial institution, but we facilitate an intermediary role between these beneficiaries and financial institutions. So, as we all know, the COVID pandemic has affected the normal life of human beings in all over the world. And according to ILO, this 70% of global employment is from this MSME sector, and 50% of the GDP is from this MSME sector. As far as India is concerned, our export, 50% of export is coming from this MSME sector, and almost 29% of GDP is from MSME sector. This shows how big this MSME sector is, and we are all aware of that. Because of this, Government of India has also come forward with for strengthening this MSME sector in the COVID scenario, including their definition level change in the MSMEs. So, as far as NORCA Roots or Government of Kerala is concerned, the major challenge, as you mentioned in your introduction, that the coming back of NRPs. As you correctly said, it is not, it is lakhs. We are estimating that at least 3 lakh people will come back jobless to Kerala. So this is a major challenge. And I think I would rather call it an opportunity also, because we are getting a number of people who are skilled or semi-skilled and with a good work culture. And if we handhold them or guide them to venture into viable projects, our MSME sector, we will have a very good MSME sector in the future, because we can strengthen our Kerala. We know we cannot go for large industries, but agriculture is also very weak here because availability of land and labor, etc. But MSME that we can strengthen, we take this opportunity. We can guide the skilled or semi-skilled people, returnees, to MSME sector viable projects. They can achieve very good results. Okay. So before going to the details, I have a roundup of my schemes, particular schemes. I will have a presentation here. Let me present. So NORCA department have four wings. That is one is NORCA Roots and the NORCA Resident Kerala Welfare Board and the NRI Commission and Loka Kerala Sabha. So NORCA Roots is a government company that has formed in 2002, and we have a tradition of 18 years. It is one of the leading Government of India approved recruitment agency. Our purpose is to redress the grievances of NRKs, safeguard their rights, proper rehabilitation of the returnees, and promote safe and legal migration. So recruitment, rehabilitation, and reintegration are the major purpose for which Norca Roots is formed. And we have our head office at Trivandrum and regional offices at Ernakulam and Kozhikode. And we have development offices at New Delhi and Mumbai, and satellite offices at Bangalore, Chennai, Hyderabad, and Baroda. So the major projects, because our stakeholders regarding this MSME coming under this scheme called Norca Department Project for Return Immigrants, NDPREM. This is the rehabilitation program for the returnees by Norca Roots. This is the major aspects we are handling with respect to this MSME scheme. So this program was launched in the year 2013-14 and is an ongoing program. So the purpose of the scheme is to give satisfactory livelihood for the returnees by giving them financial assistance and support to venture into small-scale entrepreneurs. The financial assistance is not directly from Norca Roots. The objective is to enable the return immigrant to become an entrepreneur of moderate scale. Norca Roots, with the help of government agencies, is giving them suitable guidance and handholding for commencing suitable businesses. Facilitate to develop sustainable business model for livelihood of return immigrants. To provide seed capital subsidy to return immigrants who has already started ventures or intends to modernize, expand the existing units. To contribute the business environment of the society. So the major thrust of this scheme is seed capital funding. Up to 30 lakhs is available under this scheme. So up to 30 lakhs, we are giving 15% capital subsidy, that limiting to 3 lakhs. Then for prompt repayment, an interest subsidy of 3% will be given for the first 4 years. This is a major attraction of this scheme. 15% capital subsidy and 3% interest subsidy for the first 4 years. In case of default, the benefit can be availed after clearing all the pending dues. We have associated with many other expert agencies to give them mentoring, hand-holding, upskilling, etc. Currently, Center for Management Development is helping the beneficiaries to prepare their projects viability, feasibility, and obtain the bank loans effectively from financial institutions. So CMD is the current partner. The condition for application under this scheme is the applicant should have not less than 2 years working abroad. And not only the individuals coming back, the society is formed by them, or the trust or company is formed by a group of returnees are also eligible to apply. So loans available for MSMEs, the sectors we are providing this NT-Prem loan are loans available for MSMEs, agricultural, industries, merchant establishments, services, etc. So we have 16 financial institutions, including KFC here and all other leading banks of Kerala. And the beneficiaries can avail service from almost 5,832 branches across the state. So we are also going to associate with the KSIDC in the coming days. And this is the year-wise progress report of our scheme. And starting from 2013 to 14, the total venture started is 234, and 14-15 it is 703, and 15-16 167, 16-17 328, 17-18 413, 413, and in 18-19 791. In the last year 2019-20, it is 1,043 ventures started in the scheme by utilizing the funds from this NT-Prem scheme. So the COVID-19 has affected our MSME sector also, as in all globally. So in order to meet the urgent requirement of for expanding the scope of this scheme on COVID background, we have tied up with the meat products of India. So they have schemes for mini modern meat shop, goat farming, and cattle rearing, modern meat shop come restaurants. Then we are also associated with the CM's Entrepreneurship Development Program by KFC. We have already got applications under this scheme, and among on 101 applications, 35 number of applications are under approval. And in this sector, service sectors, information technology, production units are possible. And we are also planning to associate, not planning to, we are associated, we had a tie-up with the startup mission for Pravasi startup projects. And in this scheme, infrastructure assistance, mentoring assistance, and market accessing are possible. As this huge amount of huge number of returnees are coming back. Almost we are estimating 3 lakhs people will come with either semi-skilled or skilled or even professionals will come back. So in order to address such a situation, we have a portal has been started called Norca Skill Repository Portal. In this, the aim is to create a database based on the returnees' skill sets and experience. Potential employers from domestic as well as world international can also register. So it's a meeting point of employees and employees. So those who return seek employment within India or abroad or in Kerala can register here with their skill set, experience, etc. Then if an employer who is seeking an employee can pick up an employee from the database, matching his skill sets and requirements. So it is creating a platform which provides the possible returnees connect the employers and the returnees to integrate and re-employ the returning expatriates, both domestic as well as international. It also opens a platform for self-employment and enterprises creation. If a person coming back, there are 3 options. He can be a 2 options. He can be a self-employed or a waged employee. If a waged employee, he can look for the employees. If he wants to be a self-employment scheme, he can opt for the self-employment, which will again guide him to this ND Prime scheme. So the challenges due to COVID-19. We know that the common challenges faced by the MSME sector is the revenue loss and less orders or demand, liquidity crunch, debt payment, etc. Our Kerala scenario is also not different from that. But certain specific issues I would like to point out from the feedback from our beneficiaries are the catering units and event management units who are beneficiaries under this scheme are not able to move forward with their current business model because they are not functioning for the last 6 months or more. Then shortage of working capital. Firms in tourism like short stay home, etc., are facing huge crisis. They are facing gap in revenue and expenses, and they are struggling for their EMI payments. These are the major issues faced by our MSME customers. And future plans for the next year, we have a budget allocation of 18 crores this year for this NDPREM scheme. For the next year, we have moved for 40 crore, expecting that we have to reintegrate the returnees, a more number of returnees, targeting to reach the assistance up to 5,000 entrepreneurs next year. We are requested for 40 crore as plan allocation for the next year budget. And we are planning to increase the loan amount up to 50 lakhs instead of current ceiling 30 lakhs. And also capital subsidy, the present ceiling is 15% of 3 lakhs, which would be increased up to 20% or 5 lakhs. So we are also planning to increase the breadth and width of the scheme. We are getting a good number of skilled or semi-skilled people, and with that people, with the good and feasible, viable projects, and if the financial institutions also open generously, we can strengthen our MSME sector in Kerala, which would be, I think, if we utilize this opportunity after 5 or 10 years, our MSME sector will be the most valuable sector, not only in Kerala, but in India also. So, in addition to this premier scheme, we have a business facilitation center in Norca routes. So the purpose of business facilitation center is to familiarize the opportunities or mapping the opportunities for investment in Kerala and to present it before the interested investors, either in country, inside the country or outside the country. So that is the purpose of this business facilitation center. So it acts as a single window facility for NRKs and leveraging their experience in making the safe investment destination. So another scheme, that is assistance to Pravasi Sangams. This the Pravasi Sangams, a group of people, NRKs, returning NRKs can form Pravasi Sangams, and they will be given a seed capital of 3 lakhs on a one-time assistance, on the condition that they have to take up projects or MSME projects or expand the existing enterprises so that at least 10 new employment is generated. They should ensure that 10 new employment is generated by taking up new projects or expanding their existing projects. So these are the the opportunities for the entrepreneurs available in Norca. So we have associated with more than around 16 financial institutions. The products and services offered by this, we are eagerly waiting for the products and services offered by these institutions, especially during this COVID pandemic. And I am sure that the outcome of this kind of program that will be helping the beneficiaries under our schemes. And I once again thanks to this Confederation of Indian Industries for presenting our views in this regard. I am an odd man in the group because we have no direct, not a financial institution, but utilizing the services and products of financial institution for the benefits of the return NRKs. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Jagdish. It was nice knowing about the extensive programs Norca has laid down for supporting the NRKs. We have always seen NRKs as a source for the inflow of forex. I think it is time that we shifted our outlook and see them as a resource which we can utilize for the overall development of the state of Kerala. Because as you said, they are all people, the skilled people who are all exposed to modern technology, whether it is in construction or any other field. So let it be that the NRKs who are returning should be seen as a great resource the state is having, on which we will try to build a modern Kerala. Thank you, Mr. Jagdish, for highlighting Norca's plans. Now we will move on to Mr. Ranjit Kumar, who is the GM of Kerala Financial Corporation. KFC, Mr. Jayant Kumar, like I'm taking the liberty, what people used to see earlier, KFC, earlier like somebody like earlier it was used to be seen as an NBFC which was doling out loans at high interest. And there were, I remember that there were a lot of complaints, but from that stage today, KFC has transformed itself into an NBFC which is providing really supportive loans for the entrepreneurs of the state. I remember meeting Sanjeev Kaushik, who was the chairman of KFC. He was saying the steps he had taken in converting KFC's image as from the negative perception to the positive side by providing soft loans or interests which were much better, that it is giving the commercial banks a run for their money. I'm sure that KFC could be a major, it should play a major role in supporting the post-COVID or the pandemic era where MSMEs are distraught in finding finances to find the feet. Over to you, Mr. Ranjit.
Good evening to my fellow eminent panelists and all the participants of this session. First of all, the remarks made by Krishna Kumar sir is very accurate. Earlier, we used to be known as, even people used to call us blade sort of thing. But just as you pointed out, Sanjeev Kaushik sir and even the MDs before, including Rajamanikam sir, has brought out so many new initiatives that now we are offering all the loans at a very competitive rate. As many of you might be knowing, we don't have a facility for collecting deposits. So what we do is we borrow from banks at whatever at 8.5 to 8.7, and we lend it at starting from 9%. So that the competitiveness should be there, and at low margins we are providing the loans. And this, as my earlier speakers pointed out, is a very challenging time due to many factors. First being the COVID-19 pandemic and the issues related to the pandemic. And the second, which is more peculiar to our state, is the fact that more and more people are returning from the, especially from the Persian Gulf, after losing their job due to nationalization as well as due to the job loss due to the COVID pandemic. So what we have done right right during March 31st, means March 2020, when the COVID pandemic was recognized as something very serious, is we have started providing loans, COVID-19 loans, to all our existing customers. So we know that due to lockdown and other issues, cash flow will be affected. So we have given loans at a very liberal terms and conditions. When banks were giving loans at 20% of the outstanding, we were even ready to go up to 20% of the total sanctions. So that was a risk, but that we had to take because of the conditions prevailing then, and even now the conditions are still there. So we had formulated certain schemes keeping into mind the present conditions. So I have prepared a presentation and I'd like to share that now. I hope you are able to see the screen.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, okay. So just for those who don't know about KFC, we have been established under State Financial Corporations Act 1951. We were formed in 1953 before the formation of the state. as Travancore Cochin Financial Corporation. Later in 1956, we changed our name to Kerala Financial Corporation. We have 16 branches with representation in all the districts, with 2 branches each at Ernakulam and Idukki districts. We have some offices at Kozhikode, Ernakulam and Kollam. So this, this I'll just search through. Main objective of KFC is to accelerate the industrial growth of the state. So during our 67 years of existence, we have assisted over 60,000 ventures. At present, it has a portfolio size of more than 4,100 crores. So, as I told you earlier, we were formed by an act, SFC Act, and by that act, we have certain limitations. So, for example, companies and corporations established by law and registered cooperative societies, we can provide loans up to 20 crore. For all other what you call partnership, proprietary LLPs, registered trusts and all, we can provide a loan, maximum loan of 8 crore. That is as per the SFC Act. So recently we have formulated certain schemes. Our interest rates for those special schemes, I'll come to that in detail, starts from 7%. And for the all other schemes, our rate of interest starts from 9%. So the first scheme that we are the nodal agency of is Chief Minister's Entrepreneurship Development Program. So as we discussed earlier, due to the pandemic and the reverse migration, due to other factors also, Kerala is facing a huge challenge. So our government, state government, has formulated a CMEDP scheme with a target of financing at least 1,000 units annually, and it has set a target of 5,000 units in the next 5 years. As per the CMEDP program, maximum loan amount of 50 lakhs will be provided at a rate of interest of 7%, out of which 3% interest subvention is provided by Government of Kerala on liberal terms and conditions. On that I'll come to. Another aspect of the scheme is that the scheme aims to provide training to all the eligible applicants. So first there will be a screening, and whoever is qualified in that screening will be eligible for getting training. And we have associated ourselves with Gulati Institute of Finance and Taxation, who are providing 5-day training to all the applicants. So, and the feedback we have completed 4 batches already, and the feedback from the participants have been very encouraging. And the eligibility for Chief Minister's Entrepreneurship Development Program is there are two segments eligible. First, either there can be a startup registered with the Kerala Startup Mission, or a new MSME unit, provided such enterprises are set up in Kerala. New MSME units, we have liberalized in the sense any unit which has started its commercial operation, DCCO as we say, within 18 months of applying, are eligible for the scheme. So we are charging 10%, but with the interest subvention from Government of Kerala, the rate of interest will be 7%. Maximum repayment period allowed for CMDP scheme is 60 months, that is 5 years. including a moratorium period of 1 year, maximum moratorium period of 1 year. And the fact that within 2 months we have given 355 sanctions shows how seriously we take it. The government of Kerala is monitoring the scheme very carefully. And another important factor that we have provided for NRIs is that we have joined hands with Norca Roots. Norca Roots, as Mr. Jagdish pointed out, they have a scheme called ND Prem, Norca Department Program for Returned Immigrants. So as per the scheme, Norca Roots is providing 3% interest subvention with 15% capital subsidy. So we have taken up with Norca and they have agreed, and after that, an NRI who is going to start a new MSME unit, if he is otherwise eligible for ND Prem, will be getting loans at an interest rate of 4% per annum, which I don't think any other financial institution will be able to provide at this moment. Apart from the 15% capital subsidy. If you calculate almost the whole interest for a 22.5 lakh loan, the interest will come to negative, factoring in the capital subsidy. If you calculate capital subsidy as a receipt, the interest will be negative, and that is a huge thing. And we are getting a lot of applications. So we have sanctioned already. We have sanctioned 356, out of which 35, as Jagdish pointed out, are from NRIs. So this CMEDP is a hugely attractive scheme, and we are flooded with enquiries. And for registering the enquiry, there is no need to visit the office first. He has to log in, he or she has to log in at the kfc.org. Login is easy, setting up is easy. You have to provide your mobile number, and an OTP will be sent to you, your mobile number, and you can register. And interviews are done through video call. So if one is not that if one wants to visit only, then he or she has to visit. Otherwise, the preliminary screening is mainly done through video call. And we have received almost 2,900 applications now, and we will be sanctioning. We will be for sure will be achieving the target of 1,000 for this year. Although we started late August. Further, we have 3 special schemes for startups. In the last budget, Honorable Finance Minister had pointed out that Government of Kerala will be launching special schemes for startups. So based on that, we have formulated, and Government of Kerala has approved the following 3 schemes. I'll go through each in detail. So one such scheme is for financing working capital requirement for executing purchase orders. Second one is a seed loan assistance to startup for developing socially relevant products prescribed by and required by any government department. Third one is venture debt funding for IT and software enterprises. So another specialty of this, all the 3 schemes are that these all the applications, after preliminary appraisal by our team here at the office, would be placed to an expert committee consisting of IT Secretary as a chairman, and ED KSIDC, our KFC's ED CEO of Kerala Startup Mission, as members. One domain expert and one chartered accountant nominated by chairman will also be the member. So basically, if this expert committee is satisfied, so most probably the loans will be sanctioned. So I'll explain each scheme. So the first scheme is for financing working capital requirement of startup, specifically for executing purchase orders. So the eligibility criteria is startups registered with Kerala Startup Mission, having a registered office in Kerala. This condition is common for all the three schemes. The next eligibility criteria is they should have a firm purchase order or work order from government, local self-government, public sector units, quasi-government, multinational companies or institutions, body corporates, etc. But there is one exception: purchase order from partnership firms and proprietary concerns are not covered under this scheme. In case of a non-government entity, turnover of the firm should be 10 times that of the purchase order. So, eligible activities, all manufacturing or service sector activities are eligible under this scheme. And then the maximum loan of 10 crore, 10 crore is the upper limit. And this will be sanctioned as a line of credit. So, supposing an applicant has a purchase order of 1 crore from a government entity and 3 crores from another government entity, and we are confident that he will be getting more purchase orders. A higher limit can be sanctioned as a line of credit, in which each purchase order will be treated as a loan under the line of credit. And for each purchase order, a maximum of 80% of value of the purchase order will be the upper limit. Subject to it should not exceed the expense required for its execution. Suppose a 100 lakh purchase order, based on a 100 lakh purchase order, we have created a loan. So 80 lakhs will be the maximum loan for the particular purchase order. One more condition is that the purchase order issuing authority should make a payment directly to the loan account of the concerned applicant maintained with the corporation. So maximum time allowed for execution is 180 days. Another 180 days is available for repayment of the loan. So rate of interest is 7%. So in this case, CAPS will be charging 9% and 2% interest subvention. I written Government of Kerala, it is Startup Mission, and I'll correct that. Startup Mission is giving 2% interest subvention. So one major attraction is that we cannot and we are not insisting on collateral securities. Rather, these entities shall be registered under Startup Guarantee Fund. This is a fund formed by Government of Kerala with 25 crore as a starting fund, and will be we have to pay 0.5% of loan sanctioned amount every year, so that the fund is built up over a period of time. The second scheme is seed loan assistance to startups. So in this scheme, what we aim is that some startups will be having a working prototype ready, and the product is relevant for our state, and some government department is interested in buying the product, but for want of finance for scaling up, the project is stuck up. So in that case, he can approach us, and the same expert committee will, the proposal will be placed in the same expert committee handled by IT secretary. And if they recommend, he or she, that firm will be sanctioned a limit of maximum 1 crore. 1 crore. This is basically for the scaling up of the product. All manufacturing service sector entities are eligible. Here also, rate of interest for all the three schemes are 7%. And repayment for this scheme, repayment period is 36 months, 3 years, and the entity can avail a moratorium period of 12 months. So 36 months is after the moratorium period of 12 months. The next scheme is for funding venture debt for IT hardware and software enterprises. So there will be cases wherein certain hardware and software enterprises are have already undergone due diligence by an accredited venture capital fund, but the promoters do not want venture debt funding, since they believe that they will get a better valuation after some time. So they will prefer a loan at a subsidized rate. So in that cases, if due diligence by a semi-accredited venture capital fund is over and they have confirmed the amount to be invested, then they can approach us for finance under this scheme. So this scheme also has an interest rate of 7% and an upper loan limit of 10 crore. Maximum repayment period is 60 months, that is 5 years. So these are the 4 specific schemes we have launched recently. Apart from that, we have our term loan. Basically, we are a term loan lending institution, and we have our term loans for different industrial activities, for which rate of interest starts from 9% according to internal credit rating. So another one special product, if I can call that, is for modernization of existing industrial units. So the specialty is loan eligibility will be 90% of the expansion or expansion cost. So promoters contribution 10% from 10% promoters contribution. The firms can renovate or expand their business. And another special product we have launched in 2018 is for contractors. So I'll just rush through. That is also a line of credit with the following 5 facilities. And another government-related project is for funding enterprises for defibrillating of tire hairs, with the maximum project cost of 50 lakh. And apart from the other normal projects, these are our these 4 are our special. I would like to take questions at the end of the session. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Mr. Ranjit. It is good to see that KFC has a long or very broad spectrum of financial products available for supporting the industry and other business in Kerala. KFC has an advantage, I think, because length and breadth of the state, which not many may not have. So I'm sure that KFC will be able to act as a great catalyst for supporting or giving a helping hand to the MSMEs of Kerala. So I think we have come to the conclusion of this session, and I hope MSMEs who have been listening to this 3 lectures from the eminent leaders will be able to tap into whatever resources which are available, which are going to help them to come out of the current distress. Because we have to get over this, we have to tide over this problem, because there's no point in worrying over the, because it's something which the whole world is facing. And I'm sure that with the support of organizations like KFC, NORCA and KSIDC and other host of organizations which are out there, we will be able to come out of this problem, because people have to continue to live and consume things. Maybe it's only, I would say that there's only a temporary blip which we should see just like that and work towards coming out of just discussed. So once again, thank you for the prominent the speakers, Mr. Jagdish, Mr. Ranjit Kumar, and Mr. Rajmanikam, for giving real insights into what the government can do to support the Kerala industries. Thank you, all the participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, KK. Thank you, all the panelists. I would like to thank all the participants who have joined for today's deliberations. As you would know, the conference has come to an end, but the exhibition will continue. Request all the participants who have joined through the Hive, to visit the virtual exhibition stalls available and have B2B meetings with the representatives of the financial institution. With that, let me thank all of you once again and close the session. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.